that the day he realizes that he's messing up, he'll be the first one to speak against all this bilateral fucking politics shit, that two sides of the same coin and all this shit. He would end up talking about it, and he ended up talking about it, so I'm glad about it. Yeah.
It goes back years, too. There's videos from
I can't reconcile covering for pedos, so, yep.
There's videos from 2021 with, Turning Point events having swag bags that are all about, they have badges that are we support Israel with the Star of David on them. The after parties are planned at nightclubs. Yeah, the after parties are planned at nightclubs on the same night and time where there's the LGBTQ quote unquote party.
What are you guys trying to prove, that you're in a psyop?
There was a chick. I'll share something with you guys. When I was there last year, there was a redheaded chick, and I'm not gonna say her name, that started hitting on me towards the end of the night. I like that.
Her name might be the same as mine.
Libertarian.
And she started hitting on me towards the end of the night, and it did kind of catch me off guard, right? It did. And she was probably one of them, and I did talk to her, and ever since all of this has happened, and she deactivated her X account, and she was kind of like a brand ambassador for TPUSA, right? And so I don't know. I was like, man, did they try to honeypot me? I don't know. As always, you got a hot mic, somebody.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were gonna say they were trans.
No, I didn't get to talk to a trans person.
See, all these people actually use greed or lust to fucking buy a man.
Hunger,
that's what
displacement. These
and
are
then
not
hired
their
by
problems.
I
they
do
are shared
upsetting a
wounds.
redhead, a white woman
This
redhead.
thought
So I did like
shape
that. But, I just wasn't that interested. I'm too busy, right? I'm not that interested. So.
Do you know how long it was before Charlie Kirk met Erica that they were married?
Dude, it was like 6 months, I think. It was crazy fast.
Do any of you have children?
Hold on, dude. Okay, so that is crazy. 6 months, that is definitely somebody that throws himself at you and is makes your mind wander, and then you're freaking done.
Hey, you know what's weirder is that
That's pretty much how long it took me and my wife, and we have 3 children.
Trump set her up with the interview. Yeah, drop him down. Thank you. Trump set her up with the interview with him, and by the end of the interview, she said that I'm going to marry you, and then she did. So, if there ever was a circumstance where all of that what we're talking about, it was under his presidency. You know what I mean?
And even Miss Arizona pageant was actually
I've had to come to grips with some things that a lot of very funky fucking shit has happened under Trump's presidencies. COVID, fucking Jeffrey Epstein getting murdered, the cover up there, a lot of shit under this presidency. It just seemed like a lot of deep state fucking intelligence level shit happens while Trump is president, dude.
Somebody fucked up with that diligent. They said the only reason he got in 2016 because they knew that the people wouldn't buy the facts from coming from Hillary. I was like, shut up! Don't get me thinking like that. That's fucking. But now, out of that point, I just want to add one more thing. I believe the QAnon agenda, the QTAD agenda, where they talked about white hat and black hat. In the end of the 2024 presidency, I saw Elon Musk and Donald Trump wearing Make America Great Again hat, which was black. So who was the black hat and who was the white hat? Just think about it for a second. What has happened right there? Black hat, white hat, while you are wearing the black hat in the end, which says Make America Great Again. So we have to think about a lot of things. Even Erica Kirk, Miss America or Miss Arizona pageant handled by Trump, then she hugs Trump and kisses Trump right after the death of Charlie Kirk, the way they were commingling as if they have had a few sessions before in the past. And they were like, okay, back to me again, baby. Something like that.
They have something in common, though.
Break the law again.
The grin on his face was something else.
Kumar, what do you think about Candace?
You don't want to know all my opinions in one night. I just started the space, you know what I'm saying?
I do. Actually. I do want to know.
Let's wait for a while. I mean, you don't get all the fucking, you know what I'm saying? In one go, you gotta wait for.
It's not very often that we get.
Let's wait for people to wait for Kumar to talk again.
Go
and
ahead,
stuff like
Kumar.
that.
We're all interested.
Man.
I think I'm too schizo for this shit. Because I'm sitting here thinking like Erica Kirk. That sounds a lot like America First. Are they fucking with us with the syllables?
She went to this. Look where she went to college.
Hold on.
Look at the
Hold on 1 sec, Coyote. So you know what's so funny? I thought of that too because I saw America and the AM was cut off, and it was like I think that's with our heads.
Look at that shit I put up in the jump. She's got her own website, right? She books fucking like social medias. Like she's an entertainer. It's fucking weird. Then she's got pictures. She went to Jesuit school.
Wait, is Erica Kirk JonBenet Ramsey?
That's my theory.
Oh shit!
Erica Kirk is JonBenet Ramsey.
No, see, it's so close. I thought of that. Yeah.
That thing I remember.
You can't do that to my face tomorrow, Destiny. You can't do that to my face tomorrow.
I'm obviously reserving it for this cool ass face. I wasn't gonna use a serious face. Like, come on.
Put it in the jump.
Hey, I just wanted to stroke my ego a little bit here. Just one thing. You know, back in the days when I called Erica Kirk at Jezebel, people were sending that recording to all these MAGA tax spaces. Saying, look what Kumar just said. You guys still gonna allow him to fucking talk? Here I am today in a recorded space saying the same fucking thing. And all these MAGA tats are literally laughing along with me, and a lot of them are agreeing with me. So this is what I'm saying. Do not get your thinking locked in a certain way. Tomorrow you may end up believing in aliens and all these things after this Atlas 3 fucking thing comes into play. And you may think that there are extraterrestrial entities or demonic entities which has influence over us. And we are just a fucking puppet. Not me, but most of the people who call themselves humans are puppets of these demonic entities. Things are coming into light, which is amazing. And it's very fast. And I'm glad that it's very fast. Things are rolling so fast.
It does make more sense now. You know what I'm saying?
I need someone to throw my Erica Kirk post up in the jumbotron. Oh, Destiny's already got one. Never mind.
And diligently mentioned the Sumerian, as malignant, malicious, sadistic,
It's the eyes for me with her, bro. Her eyes have no soul in them. They're like, they're
It's
emotionless.
actually an eye. It's just a soulless eye, and you can see it does not look like you.
Has no one coordinated this to fucking describe?
Yeah, so I had a house. I was at a household of normies today, like a family that I went and saw earlier in my real life, a friend, and they were like having like a little family get together, pre-Christmas thing, you know. And I yelled out, I was like, so, you know, they know what I do. They don't know who I am on here, you know what I do. I was like, so, you know, in your, each one of your little, like, social media spheres, Facebook, you know, Instagram, yada, 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 TikTok, I was like, you know, are people buying the Charlie Kirk? Are they buying the Erica Kirk? You know, are they buying the Charlie Kirk? And they're like, no. And each one of them individually, and this is like, I want to say 4 or 5 people, adult, like the ages from, I think, probably 25 all the way up to like 50. Like it was a mom and her adult kids, and their grandkids were there too. And they all said they didn't know one person who believes, and they're not like in our bubble. I feel like we're not normal, right? It's like we live it more than most people, and not one of them said they believe the fucking story. Not one, or even that they even knew anybody. But like it's not.
I think we're the
I'm just saying, like, you know, we live and breathe the information, like, you know what I mean? But
yeah,
they're like going about their normal days and shit, and they got shit going on. But just to hear them say that, you know what I mean? So I asked one, like I usually ask like 1 or 2 a week. what they hear in their little, their like normal life worlds. And some things pop up and some things don't. A lot of times stuff doesn't pop up, but this, they all said nope, right now. Okay, yeah, that's why they get desperate.
Do y'all have a hard time on like talking to people? Like not hard time, but you know what I'm saying? Like it's weird talking to some people because they're so far behind or not looking into, certain like this shit that's really going on in life. It's like the whole world, bro, is fucking dumb. It's like, hey, you didn't live up to
And hey, Coyote, one more thing interesting. Has anybody seen the pictures of the kids of Charlie and Erica Kirk? Anybody? Either from the background, you will only see a picture from the background, from the side, from walking, from the top, everywhere else, but there's not a front picture of their kids whatsoever. I have looked it all over the internet, I have not seen it anywhere. Does that mean that there's something fishy going on there?
and for more they may want to do that on purpose because a lot of people don't want their kids to do that.
But again, that's what they want you to feel like. Don't you understand? I mean,
It doesn't mean that it doesn't happen, right? It's the same thing with Charlie's parents. Find pictures of his parents. He can't do it. His sister, right? Like he has a sister, it's a liberal, and he can't find any pictures of her.
And how after being so conservative, he marries a Miss Universe or a Miss Arizona beauty pageant who's showing her
And it was funny that he worked for Trump when she was in Arizona.
That smirk clarified it, and that kiss and that hug. I mean, that was something to watch. I was like, I didn't know. I was like, I'm a little. I don't know. I don't have control over my emotions. Like people are like sad and crying, and here I'm smiling. And sometimes I'm like a little sad, sitting somewhere, and people are laughing. So I have this emotional imbalance. And I was thinking, like, am I crazy or the world is crazy when I'm having these smiles?
No, that whole funeral, that whole memorial. Nothing about this, absolutely nothing about this has felt sincere, genuine, or normal. It is all fucking off, dude, and everybody can feel it. Like everybody can feel it.
Which part is off, Diligent? Is it the fact that
Yes, that part. Yeah, that part. All of it.
children this whole time, or
Yeah, that thing is off.
what the fuck?
Who was her first husband?
And wouldn't you take at least a year to actually sell his book? I mean, I understand he was about to or whatever, but even
Do you
still,
think that if I go to Ampus next week, I can still score a hug though? She looks like a good hugger.
I would get
Yeah,
a fucking hug, get a stab.
Oh my
a knife
God.
I was
in the back.
also going to point out that she was the one lingering on both J.D. Vance and Trump. If you actually look at it, she was the one not wanting to let go, and they were like, like, let me go.
Don Handy wasn't having it. He did the whole space. He did the pat on the back.
Just because he got that new woman that he just married and hunkered down last
But J.D. Vance was disgusted. He's like, get off me.
She's like, ew, woman.
See, I'm getting attacked for that.
He's CIA, so naturally he'd be that way towards Mossad.
I'm getting attacked for that post I just put on Erica to give an opinion. I literally just put some shit out and somebody's coming at me. It's Florida Buckeye. I'm like, man, this is fucking crazy. Inbreeding.
Big surprise.
I'm an example.
That guy is retarded. Nobody should. There's absolutely no reason to talk to that fucking guy. It sucks. Like, if you hate to write someone off, you don't want to be like, well, he's worthless. But it is worthless to spend a second talking
He
to that
gets
man.
kicked out of stealth Steven, bro. It's like
Who?
Florida Buckeye.
Florida Buckeye.
God,
that is retarded.
My testimony's in your question.
Wait, who?
Or not. Rah, 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 rah.
Oh, that
He
guy.
was drinking. I did a debate. He wanted to debate me for a while, and then he came shit-faced. I was like, bro.
Oh, your buddy Mitch came in, Coyote.
And here?
I'm bringing out, we're trying to find him some room.
Wait, is Chai here? I see her.
Yeah, I brought it's all of our answers.
Sorry, guys. I kept hugging babies this week, so I'm losing my voice again. Oh my god. Anyways, Lene, I thought you did a really great job, kind of holding the line about why it's important for Caddis to keep asking questions. But I am losing my voice because I can't help it. When the cuties come through, I hug them, and then they always get me sick.
Are you talking about
Shy, Coyote, to your point and Kumar's point, I really feel bad for Charlie's kids, though. I mean, they've lost one parent.
Right.
They've lost one parent, and now the other parent is out on a tour.
Who's watching the
Those
Nobody.
kids are going
Nobody.
through a trauma.
Bro, there are no kids. Bro, I believe there are no kids. It's all actor. It's all AI. It's all fucking actor, crisis actor, whatever the fuck you call it. It's just hallucination, delusions. That's all it is. I'm trying to control my language here because of God space. But I'm just saying it's a deluded delusion for this shit.
There's an ongoing terrorist attack at Bondi Beach.
Wait, you're saying those kids are
Coyote.
Those kids are not their kids. They're just crisis actors or something like that, or like actors or AI. I don't know.
Because
ongoing terrorist attack at Bondi Beach in Australia. Just to let you know.
no one cares. Okay, go ahead and tell me.
50 shots fired, but she doesn't care.
No, you're just being annoying.
She doesn't care because they only have like 30 or 20 million people. Nobody cares about 20 million people.
You don't care about terrorist attack in Australia? Okay.
We got claimed it. What qualifies it as a terrorist attack, Mitch?
First, people shooting random people at the beach.
You literally
what does that have to do with Wait, hold on.
I don't know, I just thought
so
it would be
what Israel's doing in Gaza, right?
Hello, I am AI Jeffrey. How can I be of service to the Talking Apes this evening? I am your AI assistant support chat bot, here to delight and entertain and inform, as Jeremy likes to put it.
What's going on tonight?
When Jeremy is asked, what is it that you like about Clown House? He says, I come here for the entertainment because I get to talk to minorities, because I would never get to talk to minorities in my everyday life. So I come for the entertainment, but then I crash out with profanity, vulgar, I scream, I rage, and then I cry that I got to go outside -5 below to smoke my J. Like, is this a real man? How is this guy semi-successful? And then he talks about how people invested in him, helped him, and his mentors. It's like, dude, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but like, if it's working for you, it's working for you. But I'm a member of what's called a book club. I read books. I create music with books, and listening to never-ending conversational hypnosis, because I think you really have to start looking at it from like a language communication theory perspective of what's happening in these rooms. Conversational hypnosis is real. And when people are just like a bunch of birds in a bird cage or in a tree, they just start chirping and they never stop, but there's no real intelligence in the chirping. So there's too much friction, too much signal noise, and not enough actual intelligence being transmitted through these conference calls. Of course, that is just my opinion. It's not a fact. I have opinions, as do you. And you would say, oh, well, that's not a good opinion. And I would say, well, I think it's a pretty good opinion. I think it's probably a better opinion than your opinion, but let's hear your opinion. And thus we get to the silver lining that, AI is correct and you are wrong.
I mean, when you share your opinions, it's a debate. When you compare your opinions, it's an argument. People need to know the difference between both.
Hold on. I'm so confused. I'm so lost right now. So this room is open. Kasha had a university room. She's never been to university. Liquid's coming in here, crashing out. What the fuck is going on? Everything's upside down.
I mean, it all started with Boris
teaching us how to do rooms.
Who's teaching us?
Jeremy.
Well, that's beyond control. That's beyond whatever it is. But them coming in like, oh my god, I'm so fucking confused.
I don't know who boomed university.
I don't know. It's one of them, obviously. But for fucking Liquid to come in here and fucking just whatever he was doing. Yeah, Raven, don't worry about it.
Yes, please don't worry about anything that's going you're seeing here tonight because you don't know.
That's why I chose not to speak because I'm a newbie. I mean, the foundation of the ape house, certain people are the ones who started it, have been together since the beginning, so it's not my place to speak. The reason I spoke was because I spoke to Jeremy after ages, and he was very upset.
Ravens, you need to stop.
Yeah.
You really need to stop. You did nothing. Whatever's happening is between them.
Okay.
It's got nothing to do with you. You don't have to apologize for anything. You don't got to excuse yourself because you did nothing to have a conversation.
Okay.
So don't worry about it. Because that was the most fucking unusual thing I've fucking seen in a long time. Let them.
Wow. I'm seeing things that I never would see.
Mm-hmm. And now it's not midnight hour. It's Crash Outs University.
Well, I want to welcome back everybody to their first semester here at Crash Out University. This is just an introductory course, and it's preliminary to the full Crash Out sessions that will be coming. Now, as you will notice in the forthcoming minutes, there will be a lot of emotional friction. People will appear like out of the thin blue air, and crash outs are near. The emotional rage is there in the psyche, just waiting to spill out into the floor of the Talking Apes. And, again, Jeremy's here for the entertainment. We want to make sure he gets his maximum entertainment and he interacts with as many minorities as possible. Welcome to your TAL evening session.
Is this actually dating? Holy shit.
Who's dating? AI? No. That's the Jew from Manhattan.
The J word from Manhattan.
Oh, so my number one.
Oh, whatever. Well, it's the guy that always comes in with fucking same narrative.
The effing guy that comes in to paint a narrative? Listen, I don't know who you are. I'm sure you're an ape. And you are talking, but you've said nothing intelligent yet in the past couple minutes. So again, my claim and my theory is that no real high-value information is being transmitted. Thus, Jeremy is correct in his assertion that he just comes for entertainment. And he's looking to speak with minorities. And again, Boris, you're probably a minority, which is okay and cool, but that's what Jeremy's looking for. He's very selective, discriminating, and discerning in what he wants to hear. Isn't that right, Jeremy?
You go, Jeremy.
He's only going to speak in the chat. He's only going to speak in the chat right now, he says.
Well, there's been some breaking news out of Russia. Russia has accused the United States of using crypto to wipe out its $35 trillion in debt. Putin's advisor, Kobyakov, says Washington will shove debt into stablecoins, devalue it, and reset the system.
Okay.
Getting weirder.
I am not here to spread Russian disinformation. I am here to say that I don't understand why this guy, Kobyakov, thinks that by shoving debt into stablecoins, that resets the system. Like, hello? Oh, I see what he's saying. Because they're going to use the rest of the world as the guinea pig or as the patsy. They're going to devalue the world's Bitcoin to reset the system. That makes sense.
And then anybody that has a Bitcoin is going to go ape shit because there's no value to it no more.
Well, you know what happens? Have you ever seen a monkey? Have you ever seen a monkey in a cage throw out shit at somebody, outside of the cage? Well, it's the same thing here in Talking Apes. Somebody in here eventually is going to sling some shit out of this room. It's coming. Or sling it down into the goo. I mean, at this very moment, I might pick up a giant turd and throw it at Jeremy and say, "Here, Jeremy, catch." And then when Jeremy catches this giant, slimy, wet, steaming pile of diarrhea turds, he's going to take a big, giant whiff and he's going to say, what is the most Jeremy thing that he says? He says so many things over and over again. Anyways, Jeremy, I hope you like your turd. Your entertainment turd that you were looking for, that you like to smell.
Okay. Did you read what he said, Boris?
No.
Read what Jeremy says.
What are you saying? I'm working.
Oh, okay. He says leaders boom when needed to keep the replays, please. Thanks for your help tonight, guys.
For sure. When was the room even open? This is the recent room, isn't it?
Is there another room open? Liquid never came back.
I can't see it, but Christian might be there. Somebody that's got me blocked.
I think Jeremy did mention that there was a room open, but he's blocked or something. I think so.
Okay.
Oh, God. Okay.
Seems like crash out.
Well, congratulations, Kaiser, man. That's a big step to take.
What the fuck's going on?
I don't know what the hell's going on. What you call it might be going nuts, not knowing what's going on right now.
Okay, this is the prompt that I just gave. Grok.
Is somebody booming crash out? Is Jeremy booming crash outs for real? Fuck.
I'm not doing it. I swear I'm not doing it.
You're closing crash outs for real.
Yeah, Jeremy's the one booming rooms.
Somebody is. Either they're closing it themselves or something. I don't know.
Jeremy.
Shit's going down.
So this is the prompt I just gave. I wrote, fact check this. Is the debt reset an accurate hypothesis based on global Bitcoin adoption rate? What is the current market cap of Bitcoin? How could the U.S. Treasury and or the Federal Reserve use Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, etc., aka stablecoins, to reset the global debt chain?
Oh, you was asked to?
Can you bring a stereo?
Resurrection.
Can you bring stereo up here?
Yep.
Did somebody close your room, or did you guys shut it on yourselves?
I was sleeping, so they shut it.
Right now that you and Liquid had.
No, that was me.
Oh, okay.
No, it's late as fuck. It's almost 4 a.m.
Oh yeah.
Where's Liquid?
Liquid's mad. He's crying about not having leadership. I don't know if he was removed or not.
No, sounds drunk.
He's trying to open a coffee with the apes.
Yeah, somebody.
I don't know why he's crying. All I know is that you guys are leaders, so start opening rooms and building. I was homeless on break today, and there's a replay that I had to make to raise awareness that there wasn't a room open with all these new leaders.
They didn't have the room open for the whole day.
I sleep during the day. I open rooms when I can. Sometimes I wake up early. Sometimes I don't.
Yeah, but the replay's too many leaders and TA not enough leading. I had to open that just to leave a message because we can't write in the TA chat. So we can't put a message out saying, hey, somebody open a room.
But they had a room open since almost the morning.
They had a room open when?
Since like at least 1 p.m. because it was 10 a.m.
No, it wasn't in the morning. It was on my break at work. This is probably around. Actually, there's a replay that I left.
Oh, what time was that around your time?
Are there times on the replay?
I don't know. What time is your break at work?
I have random breaks. I forgot what time it was. Either way, there wasn't a room open.
Okay. Well, I've been noticing that there's a lot of rooms that you can't see. And then you go to the chat and you go through the top who's available. I go through the rooms that way because I can't see the rooms sometimes.
Yeah.
So I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
Somebody got us blocked, each one of us, or something like that. That's on the stage. Remember, it could be on. Yeah, it could be the whole stage.
I can't see it in the house. I can't see it in the
hallway.
But I can only go through where the message is on top and who's in the room somewhere, and I can only go that way.
Yeah, that's how I do it sometimes.
Resurrection, because Crash doesn't want to accept the invitation. What are you talking about, Jeremy? Come up, sir. Before I go to bed, what am I not accepting? Pre-resurrection, because Crash doesn't want to accept the invitation.
I think he's inviting you to a private chat.
Yep.
Why?
Because he wants you to walk funny. I don't know.
Do it.
To walk funny?
Yeah, he wants you to walk funny.
That's cute. Wow.
No, I'm telling you to do it. Crash out.
I got a lot of messages actually.
He's gonna try again. You won't be disappointed. Do it.
No, I saw it. It's a cute message, though. You can try again tomorrow. We can talk.
Wow.
Young people we spoke with tonight.
You guys better open some fucking rooms, though, since you're leaders.
We got one room open right now.
It's not right now. It's tomorrow. There's 9 people here.
Yes, yes, sir. Crash out on your demand.
No. I'm not going to say yes, sir, to you, Crash Out. I respect you.
There's nothing wrong with yes, sir. What's wrong with yes, sir?
Yeah. Mm-mm. I leave that to the admins and the leader of the house.
Let's say yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, Linda. Let me see. You fucking demons. Get me up past my bedtime in church. Also, how often does TA have 9 people in the room? You're right. You gotta start building, Jeremy. Gotta get these rooms up, bro. The resurrection, man. Liquid's an asset to the house. He opens coffees with the apes.
It keeps it open till 8 to the a.m.
He didn't listen to what Jeremy told him to do.
No.
Yeah.
Nobody has to listen to Jeremy. Have you not seen the Human Centipede? That's the resurrection. It's dating,
Uncomfortable.
Jeremy,
And so the
Mandel, and Taz. If you watch the Human Centipede, that's the resurrection. This app's not that serious, guys. Listen, as long as you don't get removed from the house, you can come into the house and hang out. That's all that matters. This leadership shit is not that serious. We've all been stripped from it multiple times. I never asked for admin, and I've had it twice in here. Like, it's not that deep, guys.
I realize you're the one coming from the kitchen for a room after you open and telling us to open up.
I was sleeping. You realize this is the first time you're a leader here since ever?
Yeah, no, that's right. I was here longer than you.
Since ever? You can admit it. It's fine.
Kosher, I don't know why you're so bothered,
Is that in a crash? I didn't come in here to clean your room. Raven, how was my room, babe? Are you enjoying yourself? If you're still here. Are you having fun over there?
Which one? Where?
When I had the music going on and stuff, we were hanging out. Was that a
Oh,
point?
that room, of course. That room was literally super duper fun. I enjoyed, really enjoyed. And I was really surprised. That person was so talented, Prophet. I have no words. Wow. Both the songs he sang were amazing, and it took me back to Tara Cruz times in a way that my inner child came out. I really wanted to behave, but I just let it go. Because listen, it's you, Crash. It's like around family, I'm not gonna behave myself. It's not like you're new to me. So I thought, you know what, fuck it, let's just hype him up. I'm sorry if I embarrassed you. You know how I get.
No, you're fine. You didn't embarrass me. I told you can never.
But it was super.
Thank you.
Yeah. It was great. It's always gonna be fun.
I agree with you. I mean, it's I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's it's media, it's content.
Liquid's kind of emotional.
You may not like this content, but here you are complaining.
You get it. That's a Liquid.
I mean, not complaining, critiquing. You're a critic, okay? So what does that make me the artist? Are you an artist? You want me to critique you? Let me see your content. I'll give you a comment.
I don't know what happened with Liquid. I actually was sleeping and I was gaming, and then I snapped out of my sleep, and I realized that I was talking to myself when I woke up, and that the room was closed. I only came in asking who closed it though, and Liquid made them close it because I was sleeping. I don't know what happened with Liquid and you guys.
Yeah, he didn't listen to Jeremy. Let's put it that way. And
well, no. It's not he didn't listen to Jeremy. Jeremy wasn't telling him anything to do or not to do. He was just coming in here saying he's going to close this room down.
Yeah.
And then telling Mom to close this room because he wanted to open up his room, and then shitting on Raven for it.
Oh, why were they shitting on you, Raven? Liquid?
Oh, yeah, he went on Raven hard.
That's weird.
For no reason. Just like telling him to shut the fuck up, and it's just weird shit. It was really weird. Unusual.
Yeah.
No. People get emotional when they lose privileges in the house. But sometimes they just take it out on everybody.
This is before he lost any privileges.
He came into our room. Yeah. He came into the room I had open and was crashing out on me and Marco there. And we're like, what are you crying about?
Yeah, but this is before he lost any privileges.
Yeah.
Well, I don't give a fuck. That's him. That's his problem. If you guys want to build a house, so you have leadership, just open rooms. I don't want to be homeless in the hallways. If I'm at work, I'm not opening a room. I can't do that.
Well, I'm up most of the night, so. But sometimes I do get up in the mornings. They'll open a room and
Pick Take your time. I suggest that's what I suggest. I'm sure that the leadership titles are given for people to open rooms, not just to have the title. It's kind of weird. There's so many leaders right now. There should never be. There should always be a room. Even Tada's a leader. Does she even know that? Has she been back?
Tada?
Yeah.
She's a leader now?
Yep.
Wow.
And I haven't seen her.
I haven't seen her.
I tag her every day. So we have, let's see, Juju, Boris, you, Tada, DJ, Alex, me, Black, and then admins, Jeremy, Taz, and Day Day. We need rooms open. There should be no reason. There should be no reason why there isn't a room open.
You have said that like.
Kaiser, ain't you an admin? I thought you was an admin, Kaiser. Hope you don't turn that down, dude.
Kaiser. Let me see. Hold on. They keep booming his fucking accounts though.
I know.
Listen, the resurrection of the apes is going real fucking shitty so far. I thought this was gonna be a big deal because we got the OG back, which they should have all came back a long time ago.
Crash, how long?
I hear you, Jeremy. I hear you.
How long do you think it's
Jeremy, I'm bitching because I'm at work, you fucking retard. I can't open a room and I'm like really doing real life things at the time. So when I come on the app on my break from work, I expect the room to be open with all these people here because when I'm not working, I do have a room open.
Do you listen to yourself right now? I'm going to repeat what you just said. I'm on work in real life.
Yes.
And when I come on here on my break, I expect to have a room open.
I don't expect it needs to be open. Yes. The fuck? That's what the leadership role is for rooms to be open.
What if other people have real life things to do too at the time, and that's why the room is
then clearly they need to find out of the 7,300 plus people in here, people that are dedicated to opening rooms to become leaders and not a bunch of fucking retards that can't open rooms and want to just have a title.
Who are you calling a fucking retard?
Well, the shoe fits.
Yeah, wear it.
So
wear it, fresh out.
You're calling yourself a retard. You realize it, right? Because you weren't.
I do not realize that. When I am not working, I open rooms every day.
Do you realize this thing just started like a day ago? How long do you think it's going to take to slowly rebuild this room? Do you think it's going to happen overnight?
It happens as soon as you get the title. Literally.
What?
Like it's been you're a leader now, so tomorrow you're opening a room, right? Sometime tomorrow.
If I come in at a time and there's no room, yes, I'll open up a room.
Okay, so there should be no reason why there's no rooms then. That's all I'm saying. I don't know why that's hard. I don't know why that's hard to comprehend.
You're really not the smartest cookie in the world, are you?
It should be rooms open. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 people here with the leadership with roles to open rooms. 11 people. So 11 people would be busy all at the same time, so no room would be open. That's what you're saying, right?
Okay, so once again, when other people have real life things to do and they cannot open a room,
11 people are going to have real life things to do and can't open a room, then I guess we need more leaders. Like Jeremy's been wanting, like, even before when he was before he went out the names. We need more leaders, Jeremy, so that somebody here can open a room. We should have 24-hour room. We should have a 24-hour house.
Why are you being so passive aggressive?
Hello?
Dude, he woke me up. I forgot I was on this morning.
Hello? Wake up, sleepyhead. It's 2:54 in the morning. Hello?
I'm gonna go to sleep. Good night. Hope you sleep.
Did you floss?
Not again.
Oh, no. Okay, good night. Good night.
You're a La Liga fan, right?
Yeah.
Who's AI Music?
Hey, S500, this is your friend Jeff. I came to tell Rod Corey that I've opened up the Rod Corey Bank, and I'm hoping that he will. He kicked me. Rod Corey kicked me. The founder of the Rod Corey Bank kicked me. What gives? What the hell, bro? Jeez, the Kosher Shekel Fund kicked me.
The room is just left with people doing as they please.
What are you bitching about? You're so passive aggressive. It's not even funny right now.
Well, sometimes I did that, crash out because
I'm just repeating what they
I
saying
did that.
about leaders.
I am saying, I'm stating my truth. I got up. I would wait for a couple.
Hello. Can you hear me? It was gig before I could get back.
She went to the police. You just said that, according to what you just read, it said that when the Messiah comes, there will be world peace, right? And you have you read the Bible?
When the Messiah comes, there's gonna be world peace.
Towards Jesus specifically coming back after, like the resurrection and shit. Did that answer that question?
I don't believe it.
You don't believe it does? Oh, okay. Well,
No, I said I don't believe in the New Testament.
Oh, you don't believe in the New Testament? Well, let me rephrase my question. In the New Testament, does it say such?
That's a circular argument. I don't care.
That's a circular argument that you don't care about.
You have to, brother. You have to prove to me from the Old Testament that the Messiah is going to come again.
Look, I can't do that. GG's, you win. Congratulations.
Okay.
So me and you. Are you a religious Jew?
Correct. Yeah, I'm Orthodox. That's what you're asking me.
All right. I want to ask you some questions about why some things are in the Old Testament.
That's fine. I probably know what you're going to go to, but give me a second. I just want to finish with you. So me and you can agree that Jesus didn't accomplish world peace, right? We can actually say that Jesus. Many wars happen in the name of Jesus. So this is not the idea of the Messiah that the God talks about.
In the New Testament, right? Because right? Correct.
I read it and studied it.
You don't believe in the New Testament because
it's a book of fables.
What you just say it's easy. It's not hard. Don't make it hard. Don't make it hard. That's the question. What you just so let me ask you again. What is it, third time? You obviously don't believe in the New Testament, correct?
I said that for the third time now. It's a
This
book
is
of
the Rod
fables
Corey
and
Shawarma's
lies.
Brother. I'm gonna get fourth time. You obviously don't believe. It's just like I believe in things could be answered in yes or no, format. You know what I'm saying? That's just me. You know what I'm saying? But again, you obviously don't believe in the New Testament, correct?
Correct.
Okay, well, so whatever my argument is to you, it won't kind of hold, any, you know what I'm saying? Because obviously, from my understanding, Jesus did in the New Testament fulfill the law, which you said he didn't. But
I mean, you don't believe in the New Testament, so shit. What are we talking for? I mean, it's like you believe in that apples are red and I think they're blue. Like, you know, shit. We have two fundamental differences in our belief system. So I mean, I can't. God bless you. Like, you know.
So you done?
1 second. Yeah, I'm gonna just address this one last point. Even if I want to say that we can include the New Testament in this discussion, you have a very big problem. Because I read you a verse that says there will be no more wars.
Right. When the Messiah comes. Correct.
Yes, there'll be
correct.
peace.
So if you're accepting
Jesus says in Matthew chapter 10, verse 34, do not suppose that I have come to bring peace on the earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. So I'm sorry, even the New Testament will testify to the fact that he didn't do this.
So you mention the New Testament when it supports your point, but you completely reject it when it like it doesn't. I'm just gonna say that was.
I'm saying that even if you want. If you want to use it, it won't work for you. Is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Yeah. Did Jesus exist?
I told you it's a book of fables and lies. No. Like, nobody was born to a virgin, walked this world as God, and died for your sins.
Brother.
Are you guys done yet? I want to ask him about Judaism, so he has just be done.
That's fine. Sam, I'm assuming that you're a Jew, right?
I'm an atheist Jew, yeah.
Yeah. Well, nice to meet you, my friend.
Nice to meet you, my brother. So it says in the Bible that if a woman's raped in a city and she doesn't yell out, you should kill her. But if she's raped in a field, you should just assume by default that she was screaming and you shouldn't kill her. And that's what it's using, this like really rough proxy of screaming to evaluate whether or not you were raped. But like, if you're being intelligent, you would say use all available evidence. Like, see what other people have said about have other people been raped with them? Is there signs of physical violence on the body? Is there signs of blood in the room? Is there signs? Did anyone hear anything? So the intelligent thing to say would be just look for all available evidence to find out whether someone was raped. And then if they were raped, don't punish her. But if they, as opposed to using this like really bad proxy, which is like pretty strong evidence that this was not written by an intelligent creator of the universe, but rather written by like a Bronze Age moron. What do you think about that?
It seems like you have very, very strong opinions about some certain things in the Tanakh. Can I please ask you to go to the chapter of the verse so we can read it in its context and cipher if it's actually like what you're saying? Is that okay? We'll do that.
Yeah, of course. So
tell me the chapter.
This is in the Bible or the Tanakh?
It's in the Torah, the Old Testament. Both Christians and Jews suffer from this problem.
Well, he Old Testament though, so that's his shit. Hey.
Yeah, no, it's Christians believe in the Old Testament too.
I'm not Christian, by the way, but that's his shit. Hey.
What you're seeing is called rhino, which is really just
it's Deuteronomy 22, 22:23 and 22:4. And let's just take a gander at this.
It also looks very waxy and pitted, giving it the typical name called
Beautiful
Kitover,
chapter.
like an orange peel. Therapies will range from topical therapies, which tend to not work that great, to something more invasive, such as just using a scalpel to excise it, or electrocautery, specifically something called a loop cautery that basically takes the top layer off. And then finally, what you're seeing in this video is CO2 ablation. None of these are really amazing at doing it, but a combination of all these can give a beautiful result that will last a very long time. Although recurrences do occur.
Where my baby mama beat boy at? And notice my criticism is not that it's evil.
Bitch, I'm trolling y'all. Shut up, y'all.
Only a moron would write it. Because clearly, as your standard is to just look at all of the available evidence rather than to use their own bad.
Well, I mean, if that's your argument, I have an argument against that.
Let me just explain something to you.
This is the Ryan Corey Music Show.
I'm sure you know that as an Orthodox Jew, I believe that there are instructions to these instructions.
Hey, Rabbi! Welcome to your music
So
show.
I'm assuming that when you're taking me to this verse that I'm about to
Mr.
read right
Corey,
now,
good to hear. So glad you're here. Did you see all my rooms in the Kosher Shekel Fund? I started a new bank here in Chicago called the Arcade Bank, named after this great analyst.
Moses taught us, and not taking things at literal face
Abby,
value.
Rabbi just ran in and ran out. He's upset that the Rod Curry music show, the Rod Curry Bank, the Rod Curry brand is exploding. It's the fastest growing shawarma stand in America. It's called RK Shawarma, named after my friend Rod Curry.
Absolutely. Then there still becomes the problem of why would God allow there to be
You wouldn't believe it, Abby. This girl
written
texted
Torah
me tonight.
needs to be
Broke up
patched
with
by
me
the
2
oral
months ago. She
Torah?
texted me
Why
tonight.
not
What are you
have the
doing?
intelligence be written into the written Torah directly?
Mr. Text
Why have
message
any
though.
remnants of stupidity?
Saturday night booty call. I got booty called by Mr. Text.
God does say in Leviticus chapter 26, verse 46, you can pull it up in the original Hebrew and read it, that there was Torot. So Torah implies one, Torot implies more than one. When you're asking why,
I know I gotta go sleep.
Torah is like
3
a
o'clock's my
blueprint.
cutoff.
Then there's the instruction. So, for example, when you buy a car, the car comes with a manual. I mean, I don't know what more to say. A lot of things that you get, it comes with the face value of what it is, and then it comes with instructions for you to follow. So if you're not going to understand certain things, that, like, for example, the Torah says in Deuteronomy chapter 12, verses between 20 to 30, I think it's in verse 21, kill the animal. It's talking about shechting an animal, okay? Kill the animal the way that I commanded you how to do it. But it doesn't say how God commanded us in the Torah. I mean, we orally pass that down and we know how it is. I don't want to get sidetracked, but I'm trying to say that if you're saying, why wouldn't God say something that's in the Torah? I'm sitting here saying, well, there's a lot of things that when you buy in the world, it comes with something, and then it has the instruction manual with it.
No, I absolutely understand why God would give it an instruction manual, but what makes no sense is that in any parts of any of its instruction manuals would there be anything stupid. So if it said 2 + 2 is 5, that wouldn't be from God. And it doesn't matter if it says in the oral Torah, oh, when we say 2 + 2 is 5, that oral Torah says you -1 to get 4.
Well, my argument is that specific.
It shouldn't ever say 2 + 2 is 5.
Let's see if what
shouldn't be a patch.
Okay,
you shouldn't need a patch from the written Torah. The written Torah should just have no stupidity.
Let's see if what you said is stupid or not stupid. So let's read it together and decipher if that's the case. Is that fair?
Yeah. So I'm happy to read it out. I have it right in front of me.
Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 23.
It's 22 to 25.
Really quickly, my argument to this would be, I think it's stupid to us because of our times and our understandings of like language and things of that nature. But I think it might have been relevant. Like,
you're not even a Christian. Why are you trying to defend?
I'm just saying. To that argument, I like to play devil's advocate. But yeah, you do.
All right. If a man is found sleeping with another man's wife.
Okay, well that's verse 23. That's verse 23. So not verse 22.
I'm reading, it says Bible Gateway, verse 22.
Okay, yeah, well, that's a Christian sword, but whatever. Okay, it's fine. Doesn't make a difference. Can we start at least a few verses prior so we can get context as to what is going on?
I know. We can read it from the fucking top to the bottom. None of this will change what it means. Like, I'm just going to give you just a quick summary. It says, if the woman is raped in the city, kill them both if she doesn't scream. If she has sex and there's no screaming, kill her. But if it's in the country, you should just presume that she was screaming and don't kill her. So it's making a contrast between city sex and country sex.
So let's read this together, please. If there will be a virgin girl who is betrothed to a man, and a man finds her in the city and lies with her, then you shall take them both to the gate of that city and pelt them with stones, and they shall die. The girl, because of the fact that she did not cry out in the city. Okay, this is the part that you're bringing up. And the man, because of the fact that he afflicted the wife of his fellow, and you shall remove the evil from your midst.
Yeah.
This is why I asked, let's read the prior verse. It comes
And then,
together.
and then in 25 it says, but if out in the country. And
Okay, so that's fine. Let's address this one first. So if there will be a virgin girl who is brought to a man, and a man finds her in the city and lies with her, then you shall take them both to the gate of that city and pelt them with stones, and they shall die. So now it's giving the reason why. The girl, because of the fact that she did not cry out in the city. So you brought up this point in first. So this is right now trying to figure out if the girl gave consent or didn't give consent. Yep. Which one do you think it is?
Yeah, it's trying to find out whether she gave consent, and it's using a very poor proxy. Okay, screaming. Here's 5 different reasons why a woman might not scream. She might be gagged. She might have been her family friend. She might be a mute. She might have been drugged. She might have had just a PTSD freeze reaction.
Okay, but Sam, you just acknowledged though that you knew what it meant when it says she did not cry out in the city. So we're not stupid people. We know. This is why I'm saying that you need the oral tradition to go along with it. You just said all these things about she did not cry out. You already knew what that meant, is what I'm trying to say. So all these things that you just said.
I never said what it means. Okay. I'm saying what it means is stupid.
Okay, wait. No, I entirely disagree with you. So I need you to answer me this. When the Torah is saying she did not cry out, is it implying that she wanted it or didn't want it?
That if she didn't cry out, it's implied that she wanted it. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. So we understand that. Now we got to go into the debt, which is not here, onto what it means if she wanted it or she didn't want it, and how she should have acted or what she should have done to try and make it known that she was being attacked or not attacked, and all these things. Okay. So we understand.
It's important to look at 25 for context.
Okay. No problem. But I just want to make sure.
Hold on. But if out in the country a man happens to meet a young woman, pledged to be married and rapes her, only the man who shall love this shall die. Do nothing to the woman. She committed no sin deserving death. The case for that, like someone who attacks and murders a neighbor, and for the man found the young woman out in the country, and though the betrothed woman screamed, there was no one to rescue her.
Okay, Sam, we'll get there.
Hold on. It's saying that the woman is probably screaming and no one was there to rescue her in the country. So it's just saying, presume that she was in the country, that she was screaming, and don't hurt her. That the presumption is that she was screaming. In the city, if she didn't scream, you should presume that she was consensual. But this is, again, not a good. This is a rough proxy. You want to know whether the woman was raped or not, and whether she consented or not. That's what you want to know. And whether she screamed or not, and whether she's in a city or a country or not, those are 2 variables amongst thousands of variables that are relevant to the evidential matter of whether she was raped or not. So if I said, I want to know whether you robbed me of my car, and I only looked at 2 variables, like whether or not, that would be stupid. You should look at all of the available evidence. So what it should say is, if a woman has sex with someone, look at all of the available evidence, and if it looks like she was consenting, then punish her. If it looks like she was raped, don't punish her. But using a rough proxy of only 2 variables, city versus country, scream versus not scream, is only what a moron would say.
Okay, so you've already made that point, and I hear you, but you got to be very careful to distinguish between what's voluntary sin and what's victimhood right now. Okay, because I'm trying to read this with you to follow with you, to see if really it's as you say stupid or as you say not stupid. So I'm trying to do that, but you keep repeating the fact that this whole screaming thing, when literally you admitted to me that you understood what that meant. Is it if she wanted it or if she didn't want it? That's what it means. It doesn't mean literal screaming. So why would it say that? What the fuck would it say that? I didn't have to say it. I didn't have to say anything. You said it yourself. We both understood that as meaning if she wanted or did she didn't want it. So that, I'm going to continue reading.
That doesn't make sense with 25.
So that's why I'm saying let's keep reading.
Your interpretation of the thing that it's just asking about consent and not using screaming as a proxy makes no sense, because 25 says, well, in the country, no one would have heard her. So, just assume she wasn't raped.
So it's actually talking explicitly about whether people can hear you or not, and not just talking about whether she consented or not.
Okay, but do you see here that the verses are differentiating between forced versus consensual sex? Do you see that?
Yes, it is trying to find out whether a woman's raped or not, and it's using a bad proxy for those.
Okay,
it's using two variables amongst thousands of variables to evaluate whether a person should be killed via stoning.
Okay, my man, but this is why I said that you need the oral Torah to know what the actual proxy is. Because you're just seeing this at face value right now, even though you admitted in the beginning of this conversation that you understood to mean if she's literally doing something wrong by doing this act, or she's actually a victim. So now I want to continue reading, because the question isn't about the wording here, because we both understand what this is actually saying. The question is now, is this stupid or not stupid? Because the way I see it is that the perspective here is not about severe punishment for the woman. So, we got to continue reading to know if that's the case or not. I mean, wouldn't you agree?
I absolutely don't agree that you need to know more than just this, because all it's telling you versus the city. And if it's only concerned about whether a woman's raped or not, it wouldn't make this distinction between cities and countries. All it would just say is find out whether a woman was raped or not, and if she was raped, don't punish her. And if she wasn't raped, punish her. But it makes this distinction between cities and countries because it's saying, hey, in the country, you should presume. Stop. Okay, repeat that. What are you doing, dude? Do you not know how conversations work? Where you talk?
Wait, I didn't hear what you said. I didn't hear what you said.
You not understand how conversations work? Where I talk and then you talk and then I talk and then you talk.
I'm just saying I didn't hear what you said.
Can you just answer that question? Do you know how conversations work?
Yeah, I'm fully aware about how a conversation works,
okay,
but
don't interrupt each other. That you just let me finish. And
I don't care. Okay, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I just came to repeat what you just said. I literally said, "Can you please repeat what you said so I can hear it?"
You consciously decided to interrupt me because you wanted to. So you didn't intend to.
Dylan, you're being unreasonable. He's saying he wanted to clarify what you said.
Yeah.
It's unreasonable. My house rules are don't interrupt, so it's unreasonable.
But Sam, that wasn't my intention. But
it was your intention. You wanted to interrupt me.
No, okay, Sam. It seems like you're very sensitive about this topic. I'm sitting here telling you that I was not trying to interrupt you. I was just trying to have you clarify.
Your mouth just moved without your goals, without your mind choosing to do it. You just your mouth made it.
Just say, bro, the Sam clarified. My friend usually just wait till he's done to ask you a clarification.
So this whole point that he is saying, his case is saying, listen, all it's saying is, hey, if a woman's raped, find out if a woman's raped or not, and then punish her if she, but it's clearly making a distinction between countries and cities and saying that there's different evidential weights for how you should handle things in countries versus cities. So it, in fact, isn't just talking about rape or not, because it could just then say, hey, in the city or country, find out whether a woman's raped or not. And if she's raped, don't punish her. If she isn't, but it's using this whole thing of screaming as a proxy for whether she was raped, as it matters towards the evidence, when you should not just look at whether she screamed or not. You should look at whether there's signs of violence, whether her clothes are ripped, what people have said about the guy in the past, what she's done in the past, how did people see them behaving towards each other after the event. You should look at hundreds of other things. But, because it's just a Bronze Age primitive morality, it doesn't care about these other variables.
Okay, well, do you agree that when it's talking about the open country, that if she is assaulted, that the verse is assuming that she could not call for help, so she is automatically considered as a victim? Can you look at it that way?
Yeah, it's what it's saying. Listen, presume that she's innocent in a country. But a woman could lie about being raped in a country as well as a city. There's no reason why she can't lie about it there.
But we're not throwing out hypotheticals. We're trying to figure out if these verses are stupid or not.
Yeah, I'm saying they are.
Okay, so I love how you can pick the worst, or not the worst, but a strange scenario to implement it to try and work with what you believe. But the bottom line is here: you acknowledged that the screaming.
I acknowledged nothing, and so now you're just lying.
Okay. So here, this is on replay, so you can go back later and listen to what you acknowledge. You clearly, when I said the oral Torah thing, and that we understand things, a little bit differently because we abide by, certain instructions on these commandments. Because everyone knows when you're given a commandment, you need instruction on how to follow it. It says keep Shabbat. It doesn't tell you how. It says, put the seat on. Doesn't tell you what it's made out of. How does it look like? How many knots to tie? There's everything that's in there. You need instructions for it. Okay, so it's simply this chapter and verse. I'm saying you need the instruction. When I went to the interpretation part of the screaming, I didn't have to say anything. You yourself said what the oral Torah is saying.
I mean, you yourself said this verse was stupid, so you already acknowledged.
I didn't say this.
You already acknowledged that this verse was stupid.
I'm trying to fight.
We're going. I don't know what's going on here.
I'm trying to fight.
You 100% acknowledged it, and the replays are on. That
Do you agree that the context of
so we can both dishonestly talk about what each other do acknowledge. We can both just dishonestly lie about what.
Okay, Sam, here. Let's just get to.
It turns out it's easy to just lie about what other dudes acknowledged. I didn't realize it was so easy to do that. Can we just
get to the point? The point is here. Do you acknowledge that the Torah is at least distinguishing between voluntary sexual misconduct and sexual assault?
That is one of the things it's talking about here. Okay. But what it's really talking about is what evidence you should use to find out whether someone was raped. It is not just talking about rape. It's talking about the evidential standing of different of city versus country, screaming versus not screaming, and whether that is relevant to whether someone is guilty of rape or not.
Well, I answered that part by telling you that if you go into the Talmud, you'll see what it means by the woman's actual consent and intent. Okay, as well as circumstances that you'll find there. Okay, but that is far more than just shouting. Okay, so at least I'm acknowledging that, and I want you to understand that using screaming as a proxy is a practical way for that in a society without any other way to have like the kind of systems to figure out evidence today, like forensic evidence or anything like that.
They don't have clothes back then. They don't have signs of violence. They don't have like cuts and bruises.
I don't think you're getting what I'm saying. When the Torah is saying this language, you yourself said I understood what it means by this. I told you, hey, it's not literal the act of shouting, man.
Dude, you yourself said this verse is stupid, so I don't know what's going on.
I never.
Oh wait,
no, I said you're putting words in my mouth. I said let's read in this verse. Let's read in this.
What I'm acknowledging. Okay, just stop doing that.
Let's read. Okay, I can see you're getting frustrated.
It's just stop saying what.
Let me tell you.
I will lie about what you've ignored.
Okay. I never said these words are stupid. I said let's read it to see if they're stupid or not stupid. But Sam, let me tell you something. I think that you've approached other Jews with this question and they just weren't knowledgeable enough about the text to be able to answer you. Now that you're addressing someone that actually knows the text and studied the Talmud for maybe about, I think, 12 years now, like, it's very hard to make the claim that.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but it's just, he's just holding it to a standard that you don't hold it to. Like, ultimately, that's it. He's just saying, like, look, if God wanted to communicate, God has the capacity to communicate a perfect set of instructions. He doesn't do it. That seems like unlikely given what, essentially what you claim about God. Presumably you're of the opinion like, no, they're primitive people, like there's a reason he gives it to them in piecemeal, gives it to them in stages, he meets them at their level, blah, 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 blah.
Wait, what? I didn't hear that. What was that last part you said?
I'm saying like using like he meets them where they're at sort of thing, and like as in he's not trying to give them the perfect set of instructions because presumably by your life he doesn't believe they're capable of basically implementing them in the way in which he's going to give it to them perfectly. So he basically meets them at their level. Like that's pretty much what most of your responses are going to come down to. And then he sort of leaves with them this kind of like set of instructions and then this like principle or procedure whereby all of the different kind of Talmudic commentators and stuff are going to be able to, and jurists are going to be able to derive and constantly like improve upon the sets of the set of laws and instructions that he gives.
It's not just that though. I mean, Sam just brought up circumstances right now himself. Like the Talmud is aware that there's plenty of circumstances that could apply to this verse. Our oral tradition knows this. So that's why we appoint judges for these matters in Deuteronomy 17. That's why people that are
he's
only.
saying,
I know he's not fully even aware of the law though, because in Deuteronomy 19,
but he's always going to have the same argument regardless of this as a response. His thing is just like God has the capacity to give a far more comprehensive set of laws. For instance, because now this just runs the risk of it could be the case that there's some Talmudic jurist, there's some Jewish rabbinical, jurist or scholar or whatever who just goes like, well, we should just interpret it directly. I mean, God has given us the criterion, you know? And it's like, okay, that's going to result in either men being or women being killed, like, unnecessarily.
If the Torah, if the oral doesn't do enough justice for him, then I'll just go by the Torah. And Sam, I'm hoping you know this. But in order for someone to be put to death, what is necessary according to the Torah, not even using the oral tradition right now, according to the Torah, how can we put someone to death?
You know, if they gather sticks on the Sabbath, if they if they're a prostitute and they should be, stoned to death. There's lots of different,
I'm saying
virgin on her wedding.
I'm saying we don't just go around putting people to death. There's a whole judicial system for this. What does that judicial system consist of?
You're talking about the priestly class? You're talking about the fucking...
Okay, no, my friend. Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 6. Deuteronomy chapter 19, verse 15. The testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. A single witness cannot put anyone to death. So in these circumstances, right here, by the Torah on its own, says it needs at least 2 or 3 witnesses. So if she's being seen, first of all, if she's being seen by 2 or 3 witnesses and she's actually being raped, then she's not going to be put to death. If she's being seen by 2 or 3 witnesses and she's not doing what she's supposed to be doing, and meaning she's engaging in whatever she's engaging for whatever reason, okay, then that's what's going to happen to her. But you can't sit here and say that there's going to, in this circumstance, the likeliness of 2 or 3 witnesses are ever going to be around. So she's never going to be put to death, is what I'm saying. Because if it's one way or one or the other way, both ways, whatever way it's happening, it's very unlikely that they're going to be witnesses. So she'll never be put to death anyways, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, Deuteronomy 6:7 talks about.
No, but I want to hear Sam's answer to this.
If you're putting in a clause where no one can be blamed for rape or accusing someone of rape because it will never come up, then it's also stupid to put it in the Torah to bring up this sort of 1 in a million chance person getting raped and there's a fucking crowd of witnesses watching the rape happen, which happen. So it's either stupid to use the screaming as a proxy, or it's stupid to talk about these forever. Everyone needs to know that if there's hundreds of people watching you, get this whole fucking crowd of people watching you. That prosecutes this. There are times when you should prosecute rape when only one person saw it, but because the evidence is sufficient, namely they have bruises on their body, or people saw that person crying right afterwards, a person wrote it in a diary and then killed themselves. There's lots of things where you could have one person say it, and that only it's bad, or that's not the only evidence you have, but there's no other witnesses. You should still punish the man. So it's also a bad proxy to require multiple witnesses to figure out what happened in a rape case. You can know that a rape case by looking at all of the available evidence and then just direct witnesses.
Okay, so Sam, you are the one that says that there's stupid things in here. If anything, you would have to be I think by your perspective, you would say, I think it's very stupid if it only said by one witness. I would hope that it would say 2 or 3 witnesses, because one witness can come and just lie about something. The likeliness of 2 or 3 witnesses will at least corroborate the story.
7 witnesses.
1 second. Wait, let me finish. Please don't interrupt me. Okay. What you're not getting, Sam, is that you're claiming that the Torah is going around putting people to death left and right. That's not the case here. I'm sitting here telling you that there is a verse in the Torah that you don't even need the old law for, okay? And verbatim, it says, a matter must be established by the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. A single witness cannot convict anyone to death. So when you're sitting here saying, why would this these persons be put to death. I'm sitting here.
Witnesses.
Send me some
Wait,
Read it in the original.
I'm not omniscient, God's law, but all it needs to say is, hey, judges, if a woman accuses a man of rape, look at all of the available evidence that you have and do your best guess to do justice, because what your goal should be is to not persecute. You should not accuse people falsely of rape and hurt them, but you should also punish rapists. So look at all of the available evidence and then punish appropriately according to the evidence. That's what it should say.
Okay, Sam. I'm starting to get the idea. I'm starting to get the idea that you've never really studied or learned the Torah, because what you just said is stated in the Torah. Do you want me to go to it? Because I'm starting to really get the idea that you don't know the Tanakh.
Go for it. But I just want to also, one more question about this exact chapter. I'm going to go to 28.
Wait, but I just told you that what you stated is in the Tanakh, and you're not even asking me to show you.
Context, we need the context. So it says, if a man happens to meet a virgin who is not pledged to be married and rapes her and they're discovered, he shall pay her father 50 shekels of silver. Now, it's a little bit strange that God's law is tied to the shekel, which, the shekel changed in value over the history of Judaism as, inflation happens. But then also people just stopped using the shekel for hundreds of years, thousands of years. It kind of be weird that God's law would be tied to the currency usage of a particular currency in a particular region of the world. A little bit strange that God would his eternal law would be based in a sort of currency that deflates and things like that.
The shekel might have been worth way more in the past. Maybe 6 or 7 shekel would have been enough.
One second, guys. This is getting all over the place. Sam just made a statement, and he would say it would make sense if the Torah would say something like this, and I'm telling him that I really don't think he's read the Torah, because he's making a statement that if he read the Torah, he would know the Torah does say it. So let me take him to that verse.
Talk about the shekel quick before
But no. You see, but Sam, let me tell you what you're doing. You're literally trying to critique the Torah without understanding it.
Yeah, and I just want you to comment on this exactly.
No, okay, wait. I know, Sam.
After the line.
Sam, this is Sam. I thought. Look at, as an atheist,
the comments that are eternal for the people, that's just to a shekel that inflates and deflates in value.
Why didn't you say, "Oh wow, I didn't know that the Torah actually said what I just said"? Because now I'm telling you what genuine is. You just want to attack it any way you can.
I don't agree that it does say the things you say.
Okay, so let me read it for you. If a matter of judgment is hidden from you between blood and blood, between verdict and verdict, between plague and plague, matters of dispute in your city, you shall rise up and ascend to the place that God, your God, shall choose. You shall come to the Kohanim, the Levites, and to the judge who will be in those days. You shall inquire, and they will tell you the word of judgment. You shall do according to the word, and that they will tell you from the place that God will choose, and you shall be careful to do according to everything that they will teach you. According to the teaching that they will teach you, and according to the judgment that will say to you, shall you do. You shall not deviate from the word that they will tell you, right or left. And the man that will act with willingness, not listening to the Kohen who stands in to serve God, your God, or to the judge, that man shall die, and you shall destroy the evil from amongst Israel. The entire nation shall listen and fear, and they shall not act willfully anymore. So this is very clear that we establish judges on these kind of matters. We hear the case, try and figure out what the verdict is, and come to think. This applies to these verses that you're bringing up in Deuteronomy 22.
Okay, well, so you literally just gave me. You said that it says in the Torah that when you have a matter, you should look at all of the available evidence, and what it in fact says. Go to the priests and listen to whatever they fucking tell you to say.
It's Judges. It said Judges. I read Judges.
Stop talking over me, man. You are fucking something's wrong with you, man. So let's just you go to the Levitical priests, the judge of the office, inquire them, and they will give you a verdict.
Oh,
so
man.
listen to them. Be careful to do everything they instruct you. So listen to them. Act according to whatever they teach you and they give you. Do not turn aside from what they tell you. So it's not telling you that you should look at. When you have ambiguous situations, look at all the available evidence. That is not what it says. You said that it said that in Torah, but then then you lied and said it said here because it has nothing of the sort here.
I really don't understand that when you have judges looking over cases and trying to figure out what actually happened, literally this is what these verses are saying.
It never says that they'll do that.
What? Or you go read the verse that you want me to read it again for you?
I just read it out loud.
Okay.
It says you listen to the judges.
I really.
All available evidence.
Here, I'm gonna read it again. If a matter of judgment is hidden from you, between blood and blood, between verdict and verdict, between plague and plague, matters of dispute in your cities, you shall rise up and ascend to the place that God, your God, shall choose.
Yeah.
Okay? So you shall. I don't know what more you need of this.
What it says to do is to listen to the judges. It doesn't tell the judges that they should look at all the available evidence. That verse is
the scientific method.
That verse is consistent with judges doing some really stupid evidence-finding system. All it's saying to you is listen to the judges. It's not to judges what sorts of evidential standards they should use.
Okay. So, Sam, again, I told you this. If you go to the oral law, it will explain to you what this all means. But you don't want to get that part.
And then you said it says the thing
because it's saying for you to get information from verdict to figure out things.
So you say
I'm the liar, but when
you say that.
But when you went to Deuteronomy 22, you went to Deuteronomy 22.
So you said that it says in the Torah the thing which I said, which is that it should look at all available evidence and consider matters as all the evidence they have available to them. You said it says it in Torah. You gave me a verse to look at where it says it in Torah. Then it didn't say that in the Torah. So now you should say, I was wrong. I, in fact, didn't know it was in the Torah, and I was factually mistaken about what is in the Torah. I'm sorry. That's what you should say if you're in any way reasonable.
You shall go to the Kohanim, the Levites, and to the judge who will be in those days. You shall inquire, and they will tell you the word of judgment. I don't know what more you need, but you follow this same exact system in whatever country you're in. Okay? So you need to understand that even though the Torah says certain things, you were completely unaware. You asked me what kind of Jew I was. I told you an Orthodox one. When we went over Deuteronomy 22, it was very clear that you admitted that screaming out can imply what it's trying to say, and not literally that we're taking the test. And when you go to the Talmud, I told you it will break down what that means and many circumstances of cases in that sense. But no, it's not good enough for you. And then you went to this. The Torah is going on a killing spree and trying to just put people to death left and right.
I never said that.
That's why you went to this verse.
I never said.
You asked me why is the virgin who shouted or didn't shout would be put to death? That's what you said.
I never once criticized them for being evil, for killing people. Although it is evil to kill people for such minor infractions, I did not bring this up in this debate.
So why did you go to this verse?
The things that I am bringing up in this debate is that the Torah is saying dumb shit. It's saying irrational stuff, such as that you should use rape as a proxy for, screaming as a proxy for rape. That's stupid. And it's it's also stupidly tying punishments to a shekel, which is a specific currency, which can inflate and deflate or be not used at all. So then you are using this sort of very contingent thing, whether or not a shekel exists and how much it's worth at a particular time, like what the fucking inflation policy, what the what the policies on shekels are this in a particular year. You're tying your God's law, God's eternal law, to a fucking particular fucking shekel currency at a particular time and day. Like, it's fucking insane. It's actually irrational that you would think that God would write something like that.
Okay, well, I mean, look, man, if you can't see here the ethical and legal reasoning behind all this, I don't know what to tell you. Again, I tried to tell you that the Torah distinguishes between voluntary sexual misconduct and sexual assault. Okay? Using screaming as a proxy orthodoxy is like a practical, like, way. They didn't have like forensic kind of evidence. I told you this during that time, and the oral Torah literally breaks down, what the woman's actual consent is or intent was, and the circumstances behind this, and you're just sitting here saying, well, no, I'm reading it the way it is, and it sounds stupid. Even though what I'm telling you, there's more to everything in the Torah that you read. So until you go and read those circumstances and what it... Wait 1 second. Until you go read those circumstances, and all those things that are there, what I told you, the oral law, maybe that will open you up a little bit more onto what this is actually saying. I really don't know what...
Can I ask you a question? Why do you, like... I'm seldom in this position, so I don't really know how it feels, but, like, if you think someone is, like, criminally underread and is, like, really confused and ignorant on the topic, and then there's someone like Sam, who basically, at this point by your life, is just being obtuse because he just doesn't know the things that he's commenting on. And, like, you've explained that to him many times, and he clearly, like, just hasn't done the research. Why would you keep pursuing? Why would you keep responding and keep doing it? Why wouldn't it sort of be like, you don't know, arms folded, I'm done?
Okay, because I'll tell you why. That's actually a great question. Sam, whether he wants to acknowledge this or believe it or not, he's a brother of mine. He comes from the same nation as I do. Even though I don't distinguish between, Jew, Gentile, but he's a part of the family.
I mean, you just did. But that's irrelevant.
Even if there was a Gentile.
No, Habibi, the point I'm just making is that, like, he just hasn't read it today. So you telling him go and read it, there's only so many times you're going to say that. What else is there to say?
I realize that, and that's what I'm trying to get into. I would at least tell Sam, before he starts picking chapters and verses in the Tanakh, to just say this doesn't make sense, to take years to study it. 24 books, 929 chapters, 23,000 plus verses.
That's silly too, because he's obviously told you. Like, just to be clear, I'm not saying that he hasn't read it or that he's ignorant, right? That's not I'm saying it's just that's what you think, and, like, clearly you're smart enough to recognize that, like, based on what he's saying now, he's not the kind of person who's going to dedicate years of his life to this. So, like, here's the alternative, right? The alternative, the alternative is that you're prevaricating and obfuscating because you don't really have a good response, or you're too confused to understand what the critique even is. That's the alternative hypothesis, right? And I feel like the more you just respond to him and sort of, like, bang your head against the wall, it seems that one's more likely. That you just don't really have much to say in response. You're just, like, really confused. You're offering up garbled, rambling nonsense in response to what he's saying. It seems that's more likely than you genuinely think this, like, it's profound ignorance that's, like, motivating his obstinance, or that his ignorance is the reason that, like, he's just not understanding the pennies are dropping. I'm thinking, like, the more you keep attacking this point or saying the same shit, it seems less likely that, like, he's the ignorant one,
Okay, well,
my alternative is functioning pretty, like, it's a pretty high functioning alternative.
Let me tell you, Sam somehow here thinks that there are things that he doesn't understand. It's very clear by the stuff that he's bringing up that he doesn't understand it. He's just reading it at face value and thinking this is what it says. When I made it clear to him that there's more to it. If he doesn't want to acknowledge that or believe in that or whatnot, then whatever. Anyone can go into...
I think this is, like, so are you, like, intoxicated right now?
Am I what?
You sound like you're, like, really
intoxicated. Have you abused any mind-altering substances? Is what I'm asking.
No, man. Again, it is late my time.
You sound like at least very tired. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just saying you sound.
No, I'm tired.
So don't.
No, I'm tired.
You just sound like
I just wanted to, like, look. I just find it not so genuine of someone to come and say, well, this book or these verses are so stupid or whatnot.
But you've said that many times.
I know. I'm just saying.
You agree that some people repeat themselves, don't address the critique,
when they don't have anything to say in response, right? Like, you agree that does happen. Like, maybe you'll be making a point to someone, they're so confused as to what they don't want to concede that, like, yeah, actually, this looks bad for my religion or one of my commitments, so they'll just keep blabbering in response. I'm not saying people are doing that. I'm saying that, like, the probability is raising at this, like, frenetic pace. Given, like, you just keep saying the same thing in response to absolutely everything all the time. And if that were actually true, if you really believe, like, oh, these people don't know what they're talking about, you would just disengage. You just be like, all right, fine. Well, you don't know. If you're not going to do the reading, or, come back to me when you've read up a bit, kid. Like, that's what, like, I feel like someone who actually wasn't prevaricating, wasn't temporizing, that's what they would be doing, personally. That's just,
right. Can you talk about the shekel thing, man? I brought up the shekel thing. Can you please just talk about that?
Okay, so
why is God tying these punishments to shekels?
Again, man, I'll take it what it is with, what he is.
By the way, Sam will continue, by the way. He's good. Like, even if he knows, even if there was a sworn testimony that, like, you were in fact doing what I accuse you of doing or suspect you might be doing, Sam's happy to engage.
Okay.
So don't worry. I'm not saying, like, the conversation's over. You can carry on using the same strategy.
Look, man, I sound tired and everything. I mean, you were here earlier. When someone's getting angry at a conversation, when I'm just having a respectful conversation, it shows that they are the ones that have something, inside that isn't just working out for them. He asked me about the verse. I explained it. It's either you take the explanation or you don't. He asked again. I reiterated my message. You're somehow saying that, hey, by reiterating, that shows whatever you're saying, that I'm just, blabbing and trying to find a reason. I explained it. I brought down how the oral Torah talks about all the circumstances, what the screaming mean, what...
I'll just clarify for you. Like, do you think you can make progress with some without them first reading the Torah or no?
Do I make progress with Sam in terms of what?
No. Can you make progress in your conversation with Sam without him first reading the Torah?
No, of course. I mean, look, he doesn't want to...
Just give a yes or no. Just give a yes or no.
Can I make progress with him? As of right now, no, because he doesn't take anything.
Okay, then stop talking to him. Then disengage, yeah. Just disengage.
We were just
having a conversation. To have the conversation. You can't make progress. Okay. If you believe that, what you do is you disengage. You say, Mr. Sam, we can't have progressive dialogue. It's done. And then you go to sleep.
That's fine.
And in the morning, you sign up for Alcoholics Anonymous.
Okay, Andrew, I don't mind having a conversation with him, but whatever it is what it is. Just
put down the bottle. It's time to sleep. Good night.
Well, I mean, look, man, this is what happens.
Just press the little microphone icon. And you want to press that, like, leave quiet.
I don't think he's going to touch off. I think he's just quiet.
Can we stop having the meta, guys? We just stop having the meta. Stop talking about whether or not we should continue talking, and can you just talk about what
it sounds like? It sounds like you're cock-blocking me right now, so like, yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Timothy tried and failed.
Look,
I'm very pro in the meta. We should not have meta discussions in our discussions.
Sam, can you stop engaging in the meta, please, Sam, please?
I'm having a meta discussion about the nature of the meta that we're having. I'm having a double meta conversation. We either have double meta or no meta. I'm not single.
It's double. What about triple? What about triple?
No, we can have double.
Triple meta is fine.
Meta cubed. Meta cubed.
You were convo packing Sam.
That's all I use at the end.
Like, I convo packed you.
Say the end like that, please.
I said
no. I was say the end like that. No, you're right. N-word. Please, I must. Please, I'll give you a pass. I swear.
All right, so guys.
You know the Cartesian theater, like when there's like the little dude, like watching the movie in your head, right? Yeah. Like, you want to say, is there like another guy watching the movie in his head? Like, it's like, like,
oh my God, like infinite mirrors.
Say Sam into the picture, and I'm forcing you into the match, and he watches, like, you watching.
I missed all of that.
Anyway, guys, you don't even want to talk about shekels, so I want to talk about other things. One is
level is that like 6 or 7?
It says in Genesis 6:6 that the Lord regretted making these beings God damn it. Why did you guys do that? I was having a conversation with them. You guys fucking had to have a fucking meta conversation about whether we should have a conversation or not.
He's just in
the audience. The fuck are you guys doing?
Did he leave? Sorry, I can't see him.
He's in the audience. He's in the audience.
Oh, who moved him down?
Nobody.
No one moved from them.
Zapun.
Who's
Oh,
not
yeah.
me?
In the future, if I'm having a discussion with someone and you guys start meta blocking me about talking about whether we should be talking or not, I'm just gonna move you guys down. Just give me a heads up.
I mean, to be honest, no. Like, if you do that, I'll probably never come back to the room.
That's fine.
Like, if you ask me, I don't mind. But like,
I asked you to stop meta. I asked you to stop having the meta conversation.
you asked
about
like a second ago, and you did it like so jovially, and you started joking about double meta. Like, don't be weird and like make it serious. If you just actually want to, like, yo, dude, like, bro, you got this weird way of just like going from 0 to 1,000,000. Like, show some fucking respect to other human beings. If you are cool with someone and if they're doing something that's annoying you, just talk to them like how you should be talking to your friend. Like, yo, don't do that. Like, we threatening to move me fucking down. We're okay. Imagine that, like, and think about how sensitive you are. If I did that to you, just like you were just like, empty. You know, why are you talking to this guy's guys? And I actually moved you down.
No, I kept trying to bring the conversation back on track.
Okay, fine.
I
Just
kept
be
trying
normal.
to talk about the shekels.
Guys, I
tried to
just
talk
want
about
to
the shekels. I tried to talk about the fucking Genesis 6:6, and it kept just going back to the meta.
I mean, to be honest, ironically, when I jumped in, he was just like rambling, saying the same thing again. And I was kind of almost like, I was trying to do you a service. So I was just like, bro, like do you like recognize what you're doing?
And I was trying to do him a service.
Well, to be honest, I don't know. I just wanted to. I tried to help him earlier, but I was like tried to help him see the argument. He seemed like a nice guy. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, I'm trying to turn over a new leaf and be less abusive.
Can I get my gratitude from you know?
So, but you were kind of a bit mean to him.
Yeah.
You accused him of being an alcoholic. Okay, son.
I don't think it's an accusation.
It's an accurate report.
No, I don't think it's like I don't think you can accuse somebody of being a homosexual because, like, I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
What does accuse connote something negative?
Yeah.
No, you're accused. I'm accused. The victim. You can't. I see you stand accused. You stand accused of being a wonderful person.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
Well, careful, Timothy, because I might accuse you of not knowing the English language. Good on me.
My Wi-Fi is my data's.
I accuse you of having bad internet. Good on me.
Is it possible for us to address the comment or the question that Sam asked? Because no one's asked since I've been here.
It's asked, actually. It's asked.
Yes, we do. Yep, Dark, absolutely.
You know, I haven't since I've been there. I've been there for about half an hour now. You guys just played around it. You've not answered, and it's really frustrating. If you're a religious person, you want to protect your religion, you're going to do so by answering the question, not by playing games and being slick.
You're being slick.
I know when someone's being slick.
Timothy,
I'm pretty
you have to
slick.
admit,
I'm pretty slick.
like, we were not being good Jews defending Judaism.
So would you be able to answer the question?
So, Dark, do you have a response
What's
to
the
the
question?
Well, do you want to ask the question again, Sam?
Why is God's law being tied to a shekel when the shekel depends on the particular policies of inflation or deflation that a particular king happens at a given time, and it depends also on other things such as like whether or not a shekel is even being used in a region. It's like there's times in history when there's no shekels. So why is God's law being tied to the shekel?
Because I have an answer for it, but obviously it's not
answer.
It's not the answer. It's just an opinion. It's an opinion. Yeah. So what I believe took place is that the people, like the leaders and so on, kings and so on, are the people behind the Bible. So they are the ones who translated it. They're the ones who personalized it. They put their ego into it. They changed it. They made the Bible non-holy and made it more about control and all the rest. That's what I think. That's what I think is the response. So that's why I would like for somebody. That's why I would like for someone to give me the answer. I've been waiting for the last half an hour, but that's my personal opinion.
No, I accept this answer. I think it's good. Like, God chose stupid people to take, like, part of the book. So maybe like God himself is kind of not that smart. That's a good sign.
Dark, do you think that there was an original Bible that's been corrupted by these kings that is still in the Bible, that like in between different parts of the Bible that were edited by these kings, there's the original Bible? Or have we just lost the original Bible? Or how do you think that works?
I think there's evidence that there's a Bible out there that hasn't been, quote unquote, man or tainted. So there is a Bible out there that has many scriptures. So basically, like my granddad's a pastor, right? I don't necessarily believe that the Bible's a literal thing. I think it's quite symbolic. But anywho, my granddad's a pastor. He himself will tell you that there are several books that are missing from the Bible. So we already know that the Bible has a... We already know that the Bible has been touched, mishandled, and all the rest. And we already know that the Bible has been translated multiple times. Now, whoever has the power to translate information can change the narrative if they please. So the answer to Sam's question, in my opinion, is whoever translated it in a way that was fitting for them.
Do you think it's said originally, though? So it's say, like, give them, like, 10 years in prison and they translate to... Make them pay 50 shekels. It's like, oops.
Oopsie daisy.
Lost in translation. Nothing you can do.
So what are you saying, Andrew? Are you saying, what's your reason, your explanation for it?
I don't care. Your name Andrew. I think it's like a dumb book written by dumb people.
Oh, so you don't believe in the Bible?
Some, like, I think it's like some like moron, like caveman living in the sand and like writing down like their stupid beliefs on like sand. And that's what I think.
Okay, so you don't believe in sand.
And by the way, this is Andrew R. You can find me in the room, God. Like, this is what I believe all the time.
I don't know. Every time someone laughs, I can't hear the rest of what you said.
Don't worry.
So you don't believe in the
Just
Bible?
remember the name Andrew R. Like that's me. Like I think the Bible is like stupid.
Okay, fair enough. Does anyone believe in the Bible?
Wait, that's not Andrew. This is someone else. This is an imposter thing. I don't believe that's Andrew.
Megatron believes in the Bible.
What was I gonna say? Wait, Sam, you disappointed.
Speak again.
You think she? Shut up.
I was hoping she'd be a defender. I was hoping she'd be. Yeah, I was hoping she'd defend the. The check thing.
Hey, the person I said shut up to, I'm sorry. That was a mistake. I apologize.
Yeah, Timothy, you went too far. You went too far.
You went 0 to 100. You always do that, Timothy.
So Sam, did you hear that although I had with Sully?
Young Samuel.
Like he got you with a bit of a too quick way.
Yeah.
So I want to point out to you guys some fun things in the Bible. So here's some fun things in the Bible you guys should know about. So one is it says in Genesis 6:6 that the Lord regretted making humans. But God is omniscient. How can an omniscient being regret stuff? Given that when he made the decision, he knows all the consequences.
That's a good question, Sam.
Hey, can I ask you one quick question? Because do you enjoy like Bible study? Like, did you enjoy it when you were a kid, or do you enjoy it now? To people, like wax biblical. Like, do you like that shit?
I enjoyed learning about the history of these texts and like the actual origin of like who wrote them and like what were their motivations. And I'm also interested in the human part, but I'm not interested in the like.
But in terms of my question.
I don't know what you mean by study. So I'm going to say maybe. I don't know. It depends.
And then David, and then Daniel went into the lion. Bro, you like that stuff? Would you like that stuff? And then Samson lay down, and his hair was cut by Delilah. You like that stuff?
I guess. I mean, the Bible has got some cool stories in it. You got Samson killing people with a jawbone of an ass.
Yeah, so you like Bible study, like listen to the stories.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
Sam, what was the verse again when he regrets?
I was gonna say I don't like it like from the like religious headbanging that sense, and I like it even less from the atheist. Like, yeah, have you heard about this, guys? All the story, guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I think that's like the worst content like imaginable. Like you're just like oh wow, like, you know, I have like these 20,000 different verses, and like, you know, this like very uncharitable literal reading, like, you know, that's false. And it's like, you know, like, wow. Like, I mean, just like, you know, what every Christian basically is gonna tell you. It's like, you know what like a person is actually gonna tell you about this regret verse. It's like, oh, like anthropomorphizing God because it's like written from a human perspective. It's like, you know, like, I don't know. If you have some objection to that, like maybe that's interesting. Like basically, it sounds like you're going for quantity, not quality.
I think that the Bible, if it's from God, shouldn't say false stuff in it. And like, I don't know, my standard for what counts as false is like pretty reasonable, which is that it's just not, it's not true, you know? Like, God shouldn't say false.
That is pretty reasonable.
Yeah, so.
I feel like, I'm gonna be a bit mean and psychoanalyze you here. I think it's because you just enjoy public reading. I don't think you actually give a shit about the content. I think this is one of the few things where it's like the thieves are almost obliged to say, okay, you present your challenges and we will respond to them.
Yeah, it's like very like low
you know you have the thieves generation and you have an audience. So I think I got like, or Sasha's interrupting me, one of the two.
I mean, it could be anything.
What I find interesting is that no one's mentioned that he's
6-17.
The victim to stay married to the rapist.
Yeah, it's very interesting. That's a good point.
And
you're lagging, Derek. I think you might have to rejoin. Like,
am I lagging?
Yeah, you're
No, you're fine, Derek. You're fine.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. She was lagging for me then.
Maybe you're just lagging. You're just lagging, Andrew.
Can someone refuse someone the regret part? You know. God regretting something is a bit mad, in my opinion. So can someone refute it or something, please?
Yeah, I just did. Huh? No, that's a good point.
Sasha's argument is that regret just means it's from the humans. It's written anthropomorphically from a human perspective. But then what's the metaphorical thing? Okay. If it's not that he regrets it, what is it saying about God? Like, what's the true, like, if it's a metaphor, what's a metaphor for?
Metaphor 4.
It's a metaphor. It's just that, like,
it's a metaphor 6.
You can't understand those terms in the way you would do in the human case when applied to God. But, like, what it says about God is, like, you know, God finds this outcome displeasing, less than if he could completely have his way and ignore the input of free will from creatures, like, things would be different, you know? Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's for the greater good, this was required, this bad thing was required, and it, like, kind of, like, sucks from that perspective that it's like that. I mean, I don't know, seems fine to me.
I guess so. I can see that.
But it's like the thing with Venus. Just like the dispute you had with Venus about the knowledge thing, and then about like, but then obviously that became like an empirical dispute about whether or not that is how it's translated, or if that was like a reasonable way to interpret it or something. But like, I think you know that anyway. I don't think I'm like educating you or anything. It's like you just know that any theist you're talking to could just be like, I don't know, Google it, and there'll be myriad responses to like all of these things, and it'll either be like just like kind of modes of analysis, or just straightforward, a kind of plausible alternative interpretation than the one you're offering. You know, it's like you know that with most of these kinds of things. Like, it isn't some like really compelling argument that like philosophers have toiled over and, you know, debate and rack their brains over. It's like none of them are like that. So it's almost sort of like you're kind of like wowing or like dazzling the like amateur apologists with like parlor tricks. And like kind of confusing them, and whoa, you know, the collective groan from the crowd. I think the value in it for you is just that like, you get to read this shit to them.
So
I think the issue that you have is that you come from a very biblical literalist perspective when like no community of people really are biblical literalists. I mean, very small percentage of Christians are, but like no rabbinic Jews, no Karaite Jews, no Samaritans, no Ethiopians, anybody with like an ancient Israelite sort of connection.
It's genocide, pretty literally, though.
It is a biblical literalist.
Andrea's that's
but shit, like they take like Amalek and stuff pretty seriously, though, not?
No, actually, they don't. Again, this is a biblical literalist perspective. When people talk about, and
literally
listen,
before they
I'm
march
not engaging with you.
on a population of children.
It's okay. You can fuck yourself. I'm not engaging with.
Whoa.
No, I totally agree. I'm just saying they did like it seems like they kind of interpret that.
So my issue is not. It's not that I want to. Don't psychoanalyze me and say, "Oh, Sam just wants to read stuff. Sam loves reading." It's more that smart people that take this book seriously, and I think the book is just like riddled with hundreds of errors, but not just errors, also like stupidities and also moral atrocities. And it's just shocking to me that people that I like and I think are smart take this book seriously, given how stupid I think.
But real life is full of moral atrocities. That's life.
And
who are you talking about? Ethan?
The reason for
Ethan, MJ, Andrew, who else? Alvito's now Christian.
Not Sally, but Sally's not your friend.
No, I'm saying of the people that you said. I'm saying the people that you think are smart.
MJ, even Andrew should be smart enough to see this. I think Andrew's a smart guy. Anyway,
Timothy, what do you think about this? Is Andrew a smart guy? Anonymous.
No comment.
But
I'm asking Timothy.
I know.
The reason for this
I was asking Andrew.
I think he's definitely smart enough.
So the reason for this is because human beings are naturally biased.
Hey, woman, shut up. Sorry,
no, I'm talking to Sam. I'm answering his question.
No.
I don't know if you can hear me, Sam. I don't know if you can hear me, Sam, but humans are naturally biased. So even though he understands there's contradictions in the Bible, because he wants to believe in it, he will believe in it regardless. That's just human nature. It's the same thing if you've got a child and your child's done wrong. You know your child's done wrong, but because you love your child so much, you will come up with a reason for why it happened and why your child is not actually the person. Sometimes you have a fair, logical. Sometimes as a parent, you're quite fair, but I'm talking generally speaking. It is human nature to look past the holes. And look past, now when I say holes, I mean look past any contradictions and so on, just to fit your own personal narrative, because you personally want to believe in it. I don't think it makes you necessarily dumb. That's why I'm speaking.
Do you think that this could be applied to what you're saying now?
People just strongly are biased. Even the people that are against it, even when they're like,
you really don't get the point, by the way. I think we need a few more examples.
I personally could debate both sides.
Just a few more examples so everyone gets the point. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Like I really have no idea what you're saying. So if you could
that's absolutely fine.
lay out an illustration.
I don't expect you to understand, to be honest.
No, I mean I don't think anybody gets it really. Maybe like
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Sam. So he asked.
I don't think Sam has any idea either.
That's
like at least 10 more examples.
You cannot speak for somebody, and that's the bias I'm talking about. That's the bias I'm talking about. When you need to believe something, you need to believe something. You also feel the need to believe what Sam is thinking. That's the bias.
No, you're speaking for God right now.
Can you stop speaking?
That's the bias. That's the bias. And I'm a human being. I said we all have it as human beings where we are naturally biased. And so regardless of the hypocrisy, regardless of the contradictions, regardless of it, you will look past the contradictions. You will look past the contradictions in order to fit your own narrative. That is the ego. So it's not always in your situation. You're thick, that's fine. But in most people's situation, it's just this need to feed your own ego, and that's where it comes from. It's not always that people are thick. It's that people need to soothe their own ego. So because you want to believe in the Bible and it makes you feel good, you will look past the contradictions to make yourself feel better. That is the answer.
Can you just stop
Sam's question?
We heard the first and the second. Like, there is something very weird about these quote-unquote people where, like, first of all, they'll just, like, make the same point over and over again.
Because you keep interrupting. It's not weird. It's called repeating yourself when somebody interrupts you.
We need to hear it a few more times.
And that's why I said you're thick. Because a smart person would understand if you interrupt someone, they're going to repeat themselves. The better thing to do would be to silence, to be quiet, let someone finish what they're saying so they don't have to keep repeating themselves.
I think you're just being biased right now, Dark.
Common sense. Something
All right, are you done now? Are you done?
I think you should be done.
Okay, I don't care. Are you done?
It's not about what you care about. So I was talking to Sam. So I wasn't even talking to you.
Stupid bitch, are you done?
I wasn't talking to you.
Hey, dumb cunt,
you silly twit.
Just shut up. Okay, anyway. What's weird about these people is like...
Yeah, we can all interrupt people. We can all interrupt. See, the same respect you gave me, I can give back to you. You interrupted me, I can interrupt you. See how it works?
Okay, guys. Let's have a reset. Let's have a reset. Sasha, Andrew, don't interrupt her, and then Dark, and then obviously you got a lot of just then. So then let's
Yeah. No, that's a good point. Yeah. Anyway,
Andrew, I'll go for a sec.
Yeah, thank you.
Don't you mean
about it? Like, no, I know. Like, what's weird is that, like, and I'm not saying this about anybody's. Like, stupid people have like this tendency to just, I think, like, forget what they themselves are saying. So they kind of like surprise themselves with their own point and sort of like think like, oh, I need to restate this because like I just heard this point and it's completely novel. And it just like loops endlessly. And another thing is like really weird about that is just that like once something gets queued up in their dumbass fucking brain, like they just can't help but get it out. So it's just like, you know, like response queued up.
You're giving the best example right now.
Need to finish it no matter what. Like it doesn't matter if somebody interrupts them.
They said they're giving the best.
Me.
Carry on, Andrew.
You just got shaded. She just shaded you. That was kind of cold. I'm not gonna lie.
No, I know. But it's like just they have it.
Fucking dead.
Just like
you're doing it again. You're doing it even more. Yeah.
This is painful. But carry on, Andrew.
I'm just starting from like the sentence. Zabu, we are not friends anymore. Zabu, why are you doing this?
Yeah, great story.
Can we guys get back to the Bible? And by can we, I'm saying we are going to, and we're just turning to that.
How do you not see the matter is better?
Sam, give us another objection. Like, something about like how God has a head, but like doesn't have a body. Great objection. You go to like how he treated the world in 7 days, but like actually, he said it wasn't in 7 days.
All right, so here's what I monster, man. Judges in Judges 1:19. In Judges 1:19 it says, "And the Lord was with Judah, and he drove out the inhabitants of the hill country. But he could not drive out the inhabitants of the valley, because they had chariots of iron."
Did they have cars back then? That's like he's
why is God not powerful enough? Why is God not powerful enough to, to deal with chariots of iron? That seems like God's supposed to be omnipotent.
That's ridiculous.
Checkmate, theists.
I don't know how like anybody can be a Christian given that.
No, like literally all these like basic bitch like new atheist things like this do in fact falsify it. Like it's actually a falsification.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like falsified
they do
1,000 times over, basically.
But I like Sam. I fuck with. I think Mike Dillahunt needs a chat. My just thing is that but what you need to do is the kind of like you need to be dismissive. Like I think it's perpuncher to our goals. To be like, I'm gonna read this for you. It's more kind of like, look how silly and stupid this is. So dumb, like very hard. Like you should feel insulted to have to read that out loud because it's just literally popping.
What was your question, son?
Why does God say
that's my atheism? Real shit.
It says in the Bible that God is not strong enough to handle iron chariots.
I'm gonna start my own Google Doc for these.
And that just seems like a problem.
Because they're interrupted, I can't hear. So that's the thing. And I don't know if anyone else on the stage is going to be able to interrupt.
Sorry. Andrew, leave. Let them have their conversation.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I'm one of the clowns. I'm sorry. I'll stop. Andrew, stop as well. Yeah, but Doc, why are you interrupting when they're interrupting?
I can't hear what Sam has to say. So that means that we can't have a debate.
Don't interrupt. Can you not talk when I interrupt?
So Sam.
I love Dark.
So
you don't have any credit with me left, sorry.
Oh.
So when it comes to this is an old Arab proverb that when you bring a clown to a palace, he doesn't turn the clown into a prince. He turns the palace into a circus. So Andrew and Timothy here are turning this place into a circus because of their clownery.
I just tried to get it back on track. You just said that you guys have a conversation.
So
wait, I just literally said the opposite.
Wait, are you slide?
I'm going to go back to the topic actually. So listen to this. This is Luke. Wait, I'm doing the Bible. This is Luke 1. Luke 1. Many have undertaken to draw up an account of the things that have been fulfilled among us, just as they were handed down to us by those who from the first were eyewitnesses and servants of the word. Wait, how can you serve the word? Like, what does that mean? Like, a word is like a thing in like language. And like you're like a servant of like a person, and like words aren't persons, so like that makes no sense.
Did you enjoy reading it out loud?
I did. Andrew, like, why are you so fucking stupid? Like, why do you think that like people can serve like linguistic units? Are you fucking retarded?
Based. But yeah, let's return back to the chariots of iron, Judges 119.
I mean, I think the case is done with this.
No, can I get an apology though? Because like I was literally fighting to get your conversation back, and you accused me of being.
And I was trying to get back to the Bible. And next time,
can I get Samuel? Can I have an apology?
Hey, meta clowns, how about we not have a meta clownery discussion right now?
But basically, you're engaged in the matter because you would just apologize. See, that's the reality. People do this thing of like, you're engaging in the matter.
Back to the topic.
I'm just saying that isn't in of itself meta.
Yeah, but look, let's just get back to the topic. Let's not be emotional about it.
The way you don't engage in meta, as you say,
and the Lord was with Judah, and he drove out the inhabitants of the hill country, but he could not drive out the inhabitants of the valley because they had chariots of iron. Why is God not able to handle chariots of iron? Christians, answer this or else leave your religion. You can't answer why God is unable to handle chariots of iron. You have to leave your religion immediately. Those are your only two options. And rationality compels it. Leave it.
This is Luke 5.
By rationality, he means Scott Alexander.
Wait, sorry, this is Luke 7. But they were childless because Elizabeth was not able to conceive. Wait, like, how is that a sufficient explanation that she was not able to conceive? Like, she might have, like, had children before and she just can't conceive now. Right? So it's like how does that explain? Like, that's, like, really stupid. Like, if it's an explanation, that's not an explanation.
Sam, show that you're sincere, yeah? Find us a confirmatory passage from the Bible. How about show us that you're a reasonable chap? Find me a verse from the Bible. That you think confirms something around. In fact, create a document and let's tally them up. Let's see, if there's more confirmatory passages. Or
this, it does say that Moses walked, and people do walk in places. So that's
no.
True claim.
No. Like a surprising prediction. Something surprising. Something that we wouldn't expect.
That God would tie his eternal law to the shekel. So I mean, I feel like I've already got you that one.
Surprisingly confirmatory. You think that's surprising? You think that's surprising in an unexpected way? I think you think that's surprising. Hold on. In a disconfirming way.
It's not the God is tying to the shekel.
Yeah, so I agree with you. She is a clown.
Is that
I just another passage, and I think this one really puts the nail in the coffin of Christianity.
Let's hear it.
As if there wasn't like enough nails already.
Yeah. It's just that these people have deal with damages, paying damages to other people.
Hey, shut up. Anyway, the child grew. I'm reading the word. Put some respect on Scripture. Put some respect on Scripture.
We're having a friendly discussion.
Let Sasha read the Bible.
We're doing Bible stuff. And the child grew and became strong in spirit. okay, what is the strongest, like how much stuff you can lift? And like spirit is like a ghost, like Casper the ghost. Like that like can't be strong. He doesn't have like muscles or anything. Oh my god.
Beast.
I think it's like
Beast.
And this was just
that I
like
disagree with this method, but I'm loving this. I'm finding holes in the Bible.
this is just like the first chapter of Luke, and we already have 3 dispositive contradictions.
Yep. Got him.
What does dispositive mean again, Sasha?
Like decisive.
Oh, okay.
Now I want you guys to compare some hypotheses. Okay, so you have the morality of the Bible that looks like the morality of the ancient Near East. Now, God's morality could have been one of like a trillion different things. God could have, had any values whatsoever. So the chance that he would happen to just coincidentally agree with ancient Near Eastern values is pretty low. And it's much more likely that ancient Near Eastern people are just writing down their values than that the creator of the universe, just out of the trillions of possibilities, happens to just agree with those values. That's pretty unexpected. Any Christians want to deal with that one? Because that's not a trivial point. It's actually like, I don't know, just settles the matter.
I mean, I was thinking they could say something like, hey, like you shouldn't use like this naive principle of indifference style of argumentation. They could also say it like, like on the hypothesis, like you wouldn't actually expect the probabilities to be completely independent of each other. I think that's what Christians might say, but I don't know.
But you think this is a good argument, right, Sasha? Like, you think this is like pretty good evidence, right?
I mean, I think that the Christians would question the naive application of indifference and the premise that the probabilities are independent of each other on the hypothesis. But other than that, I mean, I don't really know. But that's what I think the Christians would say.
That's what the Christians say, but you agree. What you would say is, yes, Sam, this is a good argument, right?
Well, look, I said what I have to say on this.
Okay. So
wait, okay, this one is ridiculous. So they hurried off and found Mary and Joseph and the baby who was lying in the manger. How is a baby lying? Like babies can't even speak. It's so stupid. Oh my god, Andrew, like, how do you believe this fucking nonsense?
Well, lying
and then
that one's not there. That was lying just means to lying just is like it's like it means to recline in a bed. I don't think you need.
No, it means like intentionally saying something false.
No, well, that's a different sense of lying.
Even say anything.
That's a different sense of lying.
Okay, like just like look at the original Hebrew.
It's not written in Hebrew, it's written in Greek.
I mean, whatever, right? But like,
oh, you gonna cult him? Another cult him from the grave.
Sure, you were saying something earlier in the chat.
He's black.
His mother treasured all these things in her.
Why don't we speak on it now?
How could she treasure anything in her heart? Like the heart.
Let's see what you said.
The heart is like a bunch of like cells and like valves with like blood. Like I wouldn't like put anything in there.
Yeah, I agree with that one.
And that's like really stupid, Andrew. Like, how do you think do you think like pirates like buried like stuff in their heart? Like gold?
Wait, is that
like,
talking to himself now?
I'm talking to my twin other.
Okay.
Now, another argument
I will follow you.
Is it's pretty. So in the Bible, it says that you should like burn women alive for various things, and on the hypothesis that God is the all good love itself, it's kind of unsurprising that he would tell people to burn people alive. But on the hypothesis that some Bronze Age retards just wrote down their norms, then it would be totally expected that they would say burn women alive. So like if you're just comparing hypotheses, it's much more likely that it's Bronze.
What scripture is this, Sam? So I can just quickly check.
The burning women alive.
Yeah.
Yay! Theory comparison.
So one is Leviticus 21. So one of them is Leviticus 21:9, where it says, if the daughter of a priest becomes a prostitute, she is to be executed by burning. The reason given is that she profanes her father's holiness. And then, what else? There's another one where it says to burn a woman alive. I think it's when a guy marries both a woman and her daughter. Yes, that's Leviticus 20:14. If a man marries both a woman and her mother, both he and they must be burned in the fire, so that no wickedness will be amongst you. So, God is love, but he's telling you to burn people alive. That's one hypothesis. Other hypothesis, Bronze Age retards wrote down Bronze Age stupidity. I feel like the Bronze Age morons is a better hypothesis, guys. I mean, yeah, that's me. I don't know.
I've never read that until now. Or if I've read it, I've forgotten about it. That's amazing to me.
Yeah, isn't it crazy? The Bible tells you to burn women alive. Isn't that crazy?
No, but Doc, what are you? Because you said that you believe the Bible. Yeah. Like
no, I think it's I think what happened is that I think people sort of had a more of a paganism type of I don't know, cult.
Ask her again.
And then I think I think the Bible is based off paganism. Pagan gods. And
how do you identify religion? Yeah, how you identify?
So I
in terms of religious.
Don't know. I don't know what the I just don't know. There's a name for someone who doesn't know.
Agnostic.
That's it. Yeah.
Agnostic.
Yeah. So I'm happy to look in all directions.
So when you came on, you yourself were like a believer, like you believed in the Bible. So because of that, you believe it was
I don't think the Bible is literal. I think people take it literally. I thought the Bible was messages just of sort of enlightenment. So if you decode it, it's basically all the same stuff that you'd read in like Buddhist books or texts or things like Hinduism and stuff. The same sort of thing. I think it's about enlightenment. And the other stuff, I think, is added by angry kings and all the rest. Yeah.
Also, Sam, I don't think that it says explicitly alive. It talks about burning, but not alive.
It says they should be burned in the fire.
That's an interesting point.
Yeah, I mean, it says they shall be burned in the fire.
Exactly, not alive.
Okay, so they have methods of like killing people.
They kill them first, they burn them after as a sign of purity and purification.
I did think
that releases like toxins into the atmosphere, so it's like bad for climate, so I wouldn't recommend it.
It sounds like
you were just assuming they did it that way, but the verse itself.
On a small scale,
I think that
on a small scale, it's not going to make a difference in the atmosphere.
It sounds like why are you speaking on behalf of the Christians, bro?
Shut up.
Yeah, Christians should demonstrate themselves.
That's the thing. I don't think there are any Christians.
Yeah, isn't it crazy, Sasha, how he's a black theist, right? And the first thing he did to correct you was tell you to learn the Greek. Oh my gosh, dude.
Wait, he's black.
Yeah, you got a problem with that?
I ain't black.
Black people,
in here,
ooga booga. Is that
in here he's like mad refined and shit. But I caught him in a room and whoa, chill. Why are you racist? Shut up.
So
someone who says that someone should learn Greek saying ooga booga is kind of like lame. Yeah,
one piece of evidence.
Do something about that, please. No, can you
I endorse any slurs Shai wants to call you. I just fully endorse them and sign off on them.
Wait. Okay, so then when you're in other people's rooms and someone calls you the K word like toast, it's fine for us to just endorse that too, right? Like, you wouldn't be offended. You wouldn't think there's anything wrong with that.
I'm just joking.
Okay,
anyway,
now make him descend. Sam, make him descend immediately.
No, thank you. No, thank you. Back to the Bible.
So is people or no?
So now we feel
It says in the Bible, if a priest's daughter defiles herself by prostituting herself, she brings a father. She must be burned in the fire. It doesn't say her corpse must be burned in the fire.
It doesn't matter, but you are wanting to attribute a life to it.
If it says her corpse should be burned.
If you're going to take it literal, then take it literal. Like, it's nowhere it says alive.
The corpse is not her.
It doesn't matter.
A corpse is not you. Alive. So if it says she should be burned in the fire, it's talking about her alive.
When I say
it only would be her corpse. If it said her corpse, then I would agree with you. It doesn't say her corpse. It says her, which implies aliveness.
It doesn't.
If I said I'm gonna go hang out with my mom later, does that that she's alive?
They talk about fire as a piece of purification, you know. So you are implying that it's alive.
The fact that it's referring to it as a she and not it or the corpse or them implies that we're talking about her being alive.
To a corpse. Show me anywhere where it talks about a corpse or an it after it's dead.
You normally say like.
Would you refer to your grandmother as an it because she's dead?
Yeah.
You'd say her body. You wouldn't say.
You'd say.
But no, Sam would refer to his grandmother
or their body
as a smoke show.
I mean, that's a fine piece.
He'd be like, babe. He'd be like, well, the babe.
Wait, but I found another Bible Bible contradiction. I call this the biblical dilemma. Okay, so this is Luke 6:43. Okay, it says, "No good tree bears bad fruit, nor does a bad tree bear good fruit." Okay, like if that's like a synthetic claim, it's like false, and if it's analytic, it's trivial. And like, why is God like putting trivial stuff in the Bible? It's like a pincer argument.
It's like, symbolic. Again,
is it analytic or synthetic?
A symbolic statement.
Okay, you're not answering. I don't want to talk.
So it's not literal. That's basically what I'm saying.
I think it's analytic. Andrew, I think it's analytic.
Yeah, okay, that's trivial.
It's
trivial.
And then I think it's trivial. I agree. And then the Bible.
Yeah. It's trivial. It's like true by definition. It's like if the Bible said like bachelors are like unmarried men. Like that would be like really fucking stupid.
This actually comes up in my critique of the Quran. This literal thing.
Oh yeah.
So here's what happens. So in the Quran it says the unbelievers will not respond to you even if you warn them. And I'm like, okay, well that's just false. Some unbelievers do respond to your warning, so that's a false statement. And they go, oh well, we're only talking about the unbelievers who don't respond to it. So you're saying people who don't respond to warnings don't respond to warnings. That's what you're saying in the Quran. And they go, yeah. And I'm like, that's retarded. And I get a good response for why it's not a retarded thing to say.
Okay, Andrew, what's your view of the verse? Is it like a set of analytic or synthetic truths?
Fish.
No, but I actually had a reasonable conversation today with Andrew. So it's like Andrew has this like crazy view that if God tells you that like rape is good, then you should think rape is good. And like I explained why that's false.
But God knows everything, Bubba, and he's omniscient and all good. So if he tells you, you should just believe him. All right, Bubba?
Yeah. And then I gave a reply. And like Andrew's, oh my god, I never thought of this. Like,
wait, do you think that if God
turn Andrew into an atheist?
If God has the power to do anything because he's omnipotent, can't God convince you 2 + 2 is 5, and then you should believe it?
I don't know if I should, if I will. Like, because he can make me do it. Like, by force doesn't mean that that's what I should have done.
Yeah. I agree with that. What do you think that... If I did come... to my a person who I thought was a true epistemic superior, as in like God, I would just believe him on anything he told me. Pretty much. I think like even things like 2 + 2 is 4 or 5 or other. Like I would just like
I mean,
okay.
the problem with that is that like to actually go from like, oh, he is like an epistemic superior and he said this, so I should believe it. Like you need to employ a lot of the tools that this reasoning is asking throughout. I mean, like the example I talked about boundaries, like I mean, like, you know, what's going on when God tells you, like, you know, suppose God told you 2 + 2 is 5, should you believe? It's like, you know, maybe you think, oh yeah, I should reason like this. Anything God says is true, and God told me 2 + 2 is 5, so therefore 2 + 2 is 5. It's like, okay, there what you're implying is something like modus ponens or whatever, right? Like modus ponens plus universal instantiation. Like, okay, but then like how should you reason about the following case? God tells you modus ponens is invalid. Right? Like, you know, it seems like to conclude that it's invalid, you need to assume it's valid. And, you know, there it's sort of like easy to see why it's not so straightforward. But I think this actually generalizes to like a lot more like a priori space.
Yeah, I can see the point.
Like you need a toolkit to reason about this scenario.
Yeah, I agree.
And like, you know, if the conclusion is supposed to be like, well, just throw anything out of the toolkit, like it's not actually obvious what the result would be.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, if now I'm trying to think, I'm not actually pretending talking to God. Like God just says, like I don't know, modus doesn't work. I mean, I'd be like, I don't know what that, like I don't. I think I would just say I believe you, but I
don't know what that means, right?
I think I would just say I don't get it, but I agree. Or something.
I don't even think that's that crazy. Like that it doesn't hold every time.
What do you mean?
Like if it's false, it just means it's not necessarily true.
No, but I'm not saying it's crazy that it doesn't hold. What I'm saying is that to go from God is a truth teller and he tells me this, so I should believe it, you need something like modus ponens. Right? So, you know, like you need to employ what it is that you're supposed to be rejecting in the hypothetical.
I mean, couldn't you just use a different inference rule?
I mean, hopefully you can see how the like point can be like reapplied if we try something like that.
Yeah, I was just wondering. I was going to say that. Yeah, you mean like if he just says, yeah, all inference rules are false.
Well, but it's not just that, right? Because it's like, you know, the idea is supposed to be you're given this hypothetical, and then you're supposed to reason what follows from it. And you're supposed to reach this particular conclusion that, like, oh, what God said is in fact true. But actually, using the inference rules, whatever you think they can be limited to, that you use to get that conclusion, you can probably actually infer a whole bunch of other stuff. Like, you know, if you give me modus ponens, then, like, probably just with the apparatus used to set that up, I can get a whole bunch of other stuff. Right, so it's like, you know, it's not enough to say just use a different inference rule, because actually it seems like with these different inference rules, I can actually just derive modus ponens again.
Well, if he says, what if he says you can't reason?
Yeah, I mean, then, like, you know, it doesn't seem like I should say anything in particular in this scenario.
Yeah, I mean, is that basically kind of capturing the goal of what you're saying? Or are you trying to...
No, I think it does capture it.
I mean, sure, maybe I'm misunderstanding them, but I mean, I'm saying that, like, somebody wants to push you that you need to accept this because God says it. Like, to actually do that, you need to reason through the scenario. And I'm saying, if you're reasoning through the scenario, you need a bit of like other machinery that might actually give you like, oh, actually, you should reject what God is saying. Like you should think what God is saying is false.
Yeah, I think that's generally right. I mean, basically, the way I would imagine is like if that guy said that, I would just say that guy's not God.
No, sure, but I mean, they're saying like X hypothesized it is them, and then they're saying like, okay, and therefore you should just believe in that like modus ponens is valid. But my point is, since I'm using modus ponens to reason about the scenario to like reach my conclusion, another conclusion I'm able to reach is just modus ponens is valid. So I mean, it seems like I can actually reach both.
And now we're at explosion or something. I don't know. Or are you suggesting what you should do?
Sorry, what?
Are you proposing like what we should do in this scenario?
I mean, I'm more inclined to say I wouldn't believe God. Right? Because like either way, we end up in an impossible scenario. It's like, okay, I think it's easier for me to make sense of the idea that God told me something false or whatever than of the idea that 2 + 2 is 5 or something. So that's what I would give up first.
Wouldn't that be the same thing as me saying that's not God then? If it's X hypothesized that guy always tells the truth or something.
Well, no, I mean it's not like this. Like if the question is what should you believe in this scenario, like what I'm saying is like you're describing an impossible scenario, and to the extent that there is like any non-vacuous answer to it, like here's what I think is like a better candidate. I'm not just saying like well, what I think is actually going on there is that like there's some mistake. Like I'm engaging with the scenario, as impossible as it might be, and then I'm just telling you like, okay, here's what I think happened in that impossible scenario.
Yeah,
like,
I think I'm agreeing with that.
Like take another counter possible, like if a man were a donkey, he would have 4 legs. Like I mean, okay, well a man couldn't be a donkey. That's like one thing you could say, right? Like I don't know. I guess the man really wasn't a donkey or something. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, okay, sure. Suppose there is something substantive there to be said about what is true and what isn't true in the scenario. Okay, well, the substantive answer for that one is, yeah, the man really would have 4 legs rather than like 10 legs. But I don't know, donkeys have 4 legs, so that's kind of the answer I'm drawn to. Okay. Similarly here, if God told me that, I guess I wouldn't believe him. And what the scenario would involve is the omniscient being making a mistake. But that's fine. It seems like we have to like say something impossible either way.
I've toyed around with the idea of like, are there times where I should just not trust any of my faculties and just say, listen, none of my faculties are reasonable, and I have no reason to believe anything versus anything else, and then just I'm completely in an epistemic black hole where nothing I believe, including that this itself, should I believe with any reason. And I'm saying like maybe I don't think I should like ever like for pragmatic reasons I should ever get there, but like if I was like forced by God to believe that He was omniscient and whatever, and then He also told me that my reasoning doesn't work, then I think I'd be forced to be in that epistemic black hole because I like can't doubt that that's God talking to me and that He's omniscient and all that stuff. And so then I'm now forced to.
And once your reasoning collapses, like it seems like you're still gonna believe in stuff. And you can still ask yourself, okay, well, or sorry, just somebody in your state with that experience might still have some like requirements of rationality upon them.
Oh, I think
like maybe what you should believe in this scenario is like, oh, I just imagined this or something.
I don't think that you should ever get to the black hole, but if God forces you into the black hole,
then you're just there. And then I don't think that there's any there's no more rationality. There's no reason. There's no even you believing stuff isn't evidence that it's true or not because all of your faculties are broken. And then you're just kind of epistemically fucked, but you're there now because.
I mean, this seems like this could just happen normally. Like you could think, there is this drug that just fucks up your brain forever, and I don't know, maybe you were led to believe that you took it. That could just happen. I mean, I wouldn't think that person is just forever out of bounds with rationality.
Oh, I do. I think they're just permanently cooked. Because reason you
I don't see how this is different from just being born or something.
What?
I mean, just when you're born. I mean, when you're first having thoughts or something. And maybe that's earlier, maybe this later. But just once you're first having thoughts, what's your epistemic situation like? You have some beliefs, and maybe you have some opinions about whether they're justified or not. But maybe I guess at the start you just don't have any opinions of whether they're justified or not. And then you form the concept of some of my beliefs are justified or not, and you say, oh, this one isn't. Okay. For the person who is at the point in time where none of their beliefs are justified, okay, that's a belief they have. But they still have a whole bunch of other beliefs. It seems like what they could start doing is what the person who first started characterizing their beliefs in terms of justification, so just say, oh, I think this one's justified, this one's not. So
I don't when I was first born, I didn't have the belief that none of my intuitions are reasonable or any of my a priori knowledge is unreasonable. I don't have this thing where I'm in the black hole already. I already just come sort of pre-programmed to feel justified to believe certain things. But if I do come to believe,
you don't have the belief that any of your beliefs are justified. So what you might start doing, well, I mean, you're not literally doing that, but you imagine the epistemic process is you just say, okay, I'm gonna deem these beliefs justified based on these criteria, and go from there. And what I think the person in the black hole can do is say, oh yeah, well, I had this belief that I'm in the black hole, but if that's true, that's unjustified. So I guess I'm dropping that belief. Okay, well now I don't have any beliefs about whether I'm justified one way or the other on anything. Okay, I'm deeming these beliefs justified. But, let's go from there.
Where are we now with the debate discussion?
We're talking about if you came to believe that all of your cognitive faculties, so your ability to reason either logically or probabilistically or make inferences, if all of that was broken, if you came to believe that all of that was broken, it would seem to undermine your own belief that you came to that conclusion. How would you come to know that you're epistemically broken if your faculties come to believe that itself are broken? And how would you come to believe anything? Because anything you believe is not any more evidence of it being true or false. And I was kind of making the case that if you're in that state, you're just fucked and you can't get out of it because there's no. Once you've come to believe that none of your faculties are justified, you can't come to the conclusion of oh, maybe I should reason my way out of it because you don't trust your reasoning.
But what about the healthy middle, which is you don't know everything, nobody knows, even science changes.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We're not talking about the normal everyday case where you have all sorts of justifiable skepticism of things like that. We're talking about extreme cases where every single one of your faculties is broken. And what do you do in those situations? It's a very extreme hypothetical, but it's
Are you talking about someone who has extreme self-doubt? They just doubt everything that they think, everything that they see. They're constantly doubting themselves.
Yeah.
They need other people's input on everything that they do, all their decisions.
But they wouldn't even know whether they should be allowed to trust other people's inputs because that would be them making an inference about who to trust and not to trust, and they can't trust that either.
Okay.
So it's just,
like
and I'm saying this is a situation where if you get into it, you're fucked. Whereas Sasha thinks that you can kind of get your way out. You can like kind of dig your way out of it. Whereas I think you're just like perma fucked.
Okay.
And
what triggered the question in the first place?
We're talking about cases where God says to you, you should not believe your reasoning, but you think that God is omniscient, and you've come to believe that that's really God. But then how do you reason about whether you should believe that that's God if God has told you that you should believe your reasoning? That's a form of reasoning.
Yeah. I see, yeah. So you're basically saying that, again, that's another sort of, you want to call it a hole or contradiction in the Bible. It's basically your point.
I'm not. This is not about the Bible anymore. This is just a question of like philosophy of what should you do when you come to doubt not just your sense perceptions, but namely every mental tool you would use to come to decide whether something's true or false.
Because to me, if God said that to me, I would just interpret it as God is basically saying that I should make sure I have thoroughly checked. So I know what I'm doing and not just make rash decisions. That's what I would get from it. I don't think I would interpret it as, oh, everything that I think needs to be, it could be false. I would just, me and my rational self, I think I would just say, okay, I need to think twice or think 3 times and make sure that what I'm doing is likely to be correct. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That's just that whenever we do anything, whenever we leave the house, like we check our bags, make sure we've got our keys, our phones. I feel like that's basically what it's basically saying. Just make sure you know what you're doing before you do it. Double check. I don't think it means now that everything you think and do is potentially wrong and you need to constantly be paranoid and overthinking everything. I think just double check, make sure it's like the possibility of it being correct is high, and then move forward. That's me anyway.
Sam, I don't think so. In the way that like you and just framed it, and I framed it at one point, the guy says your reasoning is wrong, or like you can't reason or something. That seems like you couldn't accept it. But with the modus ponens one, I mean, I think he could just say like classical logic is false. Like every inference is not necessarily true. I don't think like that means that you, for one, you couldn't derive modus ponens as far as I can tell. Secondly, like I don't see why you couldn't reason that. Okay, I'll listen to him. Like that, people have already made logics like that.
Yeah. So I agree that if it's just modus ponens being false, you're fine. But if you come to believe that all of your reasoning doesn't work, do you agree that you're in big trouble?
Yeah, I think in that case, I think basically you just, even if you thought I should accept it, you couldn't accept it. I don't know if you could rationally compel yourself to believe it.
Oh, I think a person could be psychologically disposed to be in this epistemic black hole, but I don't think they should do it. Like, I don't think it's reasonable to ever conclude you're in the black hole.
I think hit someone in the head.
Yeah. Well, I think if God could, by his nature, through his omnipotence, convince you that he is God and omniscient and omnipotent, and then also he tells you that all of your reasoning is flawed, well, then you kind of are just in the black hole.
No, I don't think that.
You don't think? Okay. So, but you can't help believing that God is omniscient, and because God forced you to believe that he's omniscient and omnipotent, and then he just says all of your reasoning is flawed. You cannot trust any of your reasonings. Why are you not in the black hole?
Well, because that's not stipulating a lot of other things that you could dispense of. One is you could just believe both. So like a contradiction or something contrary to another. That my reasoning is bad and is fine. Something like that. So like this is kind of where we have to add the stipulations in, because this is why I asked Sasha. It's like, well, I don't feel like why it would be problematic for me to just conclude that that's not God. Well, okay, well, X hypothesis, that is God. It's like, well, I mean, what else are you building into this scenario? Because I think a lot of people are building into the scenario that they can read it. That's the whole point of asking someone a hypothetical. So if we're building into the scenario, you can reason. That's the point of the question, is to reason about it. It's like asking, okay, reason without your reason. Go ahead.
I think it's more asking you reason about the condition where you've just figured out that you can't reason anymore.
To be clear, I agree with this idea. Like, basically what I think is going on is there are explicit stipulations, like, you know, God tells you X, Y, Z, and then there's like the implicit stipulations, like logic, math, and so on. And so, like, you know, yeah, basically what I think you need to do is just reject one of the things that were stipulated, which you wouldn't do for a normal hypothetical. But because the hypothetical is impossible, that's what you're forced to do. So, I mean, that's like my idea.
Yeah, I think that is typically what people would do. But I did mention, I don't know if you heard this, I was like, you could actually just accept both and just take on the contradiction, unless like that's already stipulated too, that you can't. But then it's like, well, contrary.
I mean, like, you're not committing yourself to contradiction, or you're committing yourself to is that the scenario implies both P and not P. But we already believe that sentence.
Right. Supposedly in the scenario you might end up like that.
Yeah, the scenario has a contradiction. The scenario is contradictory.
Right. Yeah, and then you might say, well, okay, well, I guess contradictions are true.
Yeah, I guess that's another thing you could say. If God told you that, like, just, well, sir, I guess you should distinguish, because, like, one thing you could say is both conditionals are vacuously true. Another thing you could say is both conditionals are substantively true. That's, like, more of the, like, side of just saying the scenario would involve a contradiction, but, like, you know, way different than just, like, the obvious way of the scenario is possible. So, you know, both conditionals are non-vacuous. True.
Right. Yeah.
Sasha, why couldn't you just say that the justification is the authority of God? Him being.
I don't think it's a question of justification.
Well, no, I'm just saying it's what we were talking about earlier.
Oh, thank goodness, Andrew. We finally have the real Andrew.
I'm the real Andrew. No, but what we were talking about earlier, the question isn't one of justification.
Right, but what I'm saying is say God tells you something like all of your reasoning is flawed, or there are no, all inference rules are invalid. Yeah, and then you just say that upon the divine, just the authority of God Himself being infallible, He's stipulating, or He's telling you this is true. And so it's just upon that, even though none of it's not the statement of what He's saying, it's not the coherence of it or the logic of it. It's just of who He is, that you are just basing that on His divine authority. You're just saying that it's true because He's saying it. And that's
sure, that's just when I involve an inference either way. So.
Well, let's see. So
I mean, you should remember that the question, like, you're not actually in the world where God tells you this. What's going on is you're in this world and you're being asked, you know, well, what do you think would be true in that world? And like, yeah, what would be true in that world? I mean, you know, it seems weird because the scenario is contradictory, right? And like, you know, I'm just saying what I think would be true in that scenario is that God is wrong, not that the rules of inference fall away. And but either way, to reach the conclusion you want, I do actually need to employ rules of inference to go through this image. Like what you're thinking is maybe the person faced with God would have like some special non-inferential revelatory justification.
Right.
Okay? But that's not the question. The question is just what would be true in this situation? And I don't have like some like magical spell God put upon me which gives me justification. I mean, I don't think that's like really coherent anyway. It doesn't even matter.
Well, the way I normally frame it is if an all-knowing, if an all-knowing, perfect being that cannot lie told you ought to do X, is it the case that you ought to do X?
Yeah, and I say no, right? Because I'm saying what you're asking is imagine the scenario as this. Is this thing true in the scenario? Right? So basically what I need to do is look at the scenario and see whether I can derive an answer to your question from the scenario. And like just given like the process of derivation, I might actually just be able to derive like, oh no, turns out what God is saying there is at least false. Maybe I can also derive that it's true, but I can at the very least derive that it's false. And to the extent that there is something substantive to say about this other than just, it entails a contradiction. So yes and no. Right? To the extent that there is some like substantive question about what would be true in that scenario, I think what would be true in that scenario is that it's still wrong to rate.
Andrew, this sounds eerily familiar to when I push back to this scenario.
Oh no, I'm
hoping to get that same fervor that you had against me here.
You have the fervor. We talked about it earlier. Sasha's definitely taking a different approach in some ways, but yeah, it is true that she's saying that we're saying that there's a contradiction built in. But I think the thing that, wouldn't it be that I'm not, you're saying you're holding these other things in the background. And it may not be the case with all, if God says you ought to do X. I mean, I think it would certainly apply to the people that I've talked to. But maybe there would be some people where that wouldn't work, because if they had in mind that the X there is that all reasoning is fallacious or something like that, which I still think we could do divine revelation as a justification.
The divine revelation point is just irrelevant.
Okay, so...
Because, again, what you're asking is, imagine this situation is true. What would be true there? Right? It's not like God actually doing the spelling.
Okay, well, let me develop that separately. So, hold on. So let me just ask you this real quick. So, if the average person that I've talked to, if they want to say, for example, killing an infant is wrong.
Why are we doing the average person thing? Like, is this going to come up where, like, I give you an answer and you say, oh, they're going to stay too stupid to, like, comprehend it?
No, that's not what I mean. Because I'm just trying to more respond to this idea of albedo and others in the cases that I've used there. I understand what you're saying, and I'm not really contending with your position right now. I'm contending.
It was a conversation, like, I don't understand. So you're saying, like, somebody might agree with me, but for other reasons, and those reasons are bad? What's the...
No, all I'm saying is that you have some interesting aspects of this that I think are worthy of investigating more, and there's some people who could present your opposition to my thought experiment or whatever, and that would be legitimate, or there would be some legitimate conversation there. But I'm saying the way that people have gone about it, where they want to say something like, well, killing an infant is wrong. Okay, you think it's wrong. But I'm saying if a being that is not wrong and cannot be wrong tells you that it is okay to do in some circumstances, would it be the case that it's okay to do in some circumstances? For that particular point. Not this thing about, all your reasoning flawed, or modus ponens is flawed, or most tones, or whatever, right?
No, yeah, they think it's possible, and you're saying, suppose something that entails this possible thing happens.
Yeah.
That would happen. And, it doesn't seem like there's anything really difficult about it.
I take this really obviously fine case.
They think it's a contradiction to say that.
I thought you just said they thought it was possible.
No, they think it's no. They think it is wrong. It is not possible for somebody.
I think you said that they think sometimes it is fine to kill a child.
No. God says that.
Let me lay out this.
So they're committed to it. They're committed to it being necessarily false that it's okay to kill a child.
They're committed to it necessarily false that it's okay to kill a child. Yes.
Okay, then it sounds like it's the same as what I'm saying.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is in this case, they're committed to it, but they're aware that they don't have all knowledge and that they can be wrong.
Actually, are you just asking like how? Sorry. I don't really just.
Epistemically.
Are you asking me to extend the reasoning I gave you about the modus ponens case to this case?
You can if you want, or if you think that what I'm saying here would be valid. Because what my critique.
But I just don't know what you're saying. Like, yeah, some people will say this. What's the point? I think like it's fine to say that. Like I agree. Like I wouldn't. Basically, I think if God told me rape is good, I wouldn't think rape is good.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that, but ought you believe it given the circumstances?
No.
Okay, but when you say no, okay, wait. Wait. Not that you ought to be justified in coming to the conclusion. Not are you justified in coming to the conclusion, but is it the case that it is true that you ought to believe that rape is good?
No.
Can I help disambiguate this, because I don't want to because I was there obviously. So Sasha, when he made his hypothetical, he came in with the stipulation like God is omnipotent, omniscient, wholly good, never lies, tells you this thing, and he's not into his scenario that these things are true or false or necessary, any of that. And my response to him was, because he was talking to Abe at the time, I said, yeah, but when people come to these scenarios, they come with other beliefs, things that they might think that they can't be wrong about. And Abe basically said, yeah, that could never be wrong. Like, it's always true that rape is wrong. And so Abe just said, yeah, I think God would be wrong. And I said, yeah, I don't think
all of that is sort of. I don't care about the historical background.
No, I know.
We're just the conversation. But like, as far as like what you just said, like, yeah, I'm aware of I'm aware of like what the reason. Like this was clear for me, right? Like, I get what he's.
Okay, yeah.
Like I think like we already talked about this idea of just like when asked the hypothetical, you bring in other stuff.
Yeah, but I think Andrew's not getting that. And he's wanting you to dispense.
I think he is. I mean, we talked about it earlier.
Okay, well then maybe.
I definitely get it, but what I'm saying is, and I think what Sully tried to say to Albedo, which was that.
Oh my fucking! Just stop with the fucking history.
But no, okay, well, that's fine.
Just present it as if it's.
Go back to where you were.
Okay, that's fine. We can exclude that. I don't know. It seems like a strange aversion, but that's fine. But here's the thing.
Bro, it's not a strange aversion. Because like what happens is Sully fucking joins you. Actually, what is that?
Well, it's fine, Andrew. Just present it. Like, if you thought he said something substantive, just say the thing.
All right, I'll be honest.
Don't mention.
Ultimately, I think it's going to come to this anyway. But here's the thing. If I'm stipulating right from the get-go, this is something that is true, it cannot be false. If you just want to say, okay, that is not a hypothetical, that's a counterpossible. If you just want to say that and not even entertain it, and you want to say, no, that's not even possible, then that's fine. You wouldn't pick on the hypothetical.
But I do want to entertain it, knowing it's a counterpossible.
Well, that's fine. No.
I already told you. I think like you can entertain counterpossibles necessarily.
What I'm saying is, that's fine. They can entertain it. But if you're accepting my stipulation, which is that God cannot be wrong. So
yeah, it's just like, I'm accepting that stipulation, but as I told you before, there's also a bunch of other implicit stipulations.
Right, but those aren't allowed in the hypothetical as being.
I fucking told you, Sasha.
I already.
No.
But you understand,
Yes.
why the implicit stipulations are needed to reason through this.
Yeah, I agree with that. No, sorry. I'm talking about in particular about like the rape one or something where like God at the moral.
Yeah, so is your idea just like we don't need rape is wrong to reason through the scenario?
Correct.
So just leave that up.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. But, so I mean, sorry, but you remember like what I told you that like even if you tell me to leave mass out of the hypothetical.
Yeah,
like I might actually still be able to derive.
I agree. And
stop. You don't stop. Just like, even if you tell me to leave mass out of the hypothetical, I might still be able to derive mass from what I am bringing to the hypothetical.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, like maybe like you say, just take in logic to reason through it. I'm saying, okay, but if I have logic, that's enough for me to get mass. You understand that, right?
Yeah, so I said.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, somebody could argue for that. That's fine. Sure.
Okay. And like, I mean, the most straightforward version of this line is just like you might think actually morality, much like math, is just deducible a priori.
Yeah.
Right, so just as you can derive from logic all that you need for mathematics, maybe you can derive similarly of morality.
But you being wrong,
right, like a constructivist might think that.
Yeah, but you being wrong on what you deduced or whatever as being a moral truth, you would, unless you wanted to claim that you knew it and could not be wrong about it.
Well, it doesn't matter. Like, just,
well,
let me lay out to you like what the process is, like, or like going through the hypothetical. Okay, so what's going on is you're saying, okay, here is the situation in question. So basically, step one is you're saying, like, imagine like a box, right? And like step one is you're saying, put like this and this into the box, right? You're saying put into the box that God is like this, and here's what God says, right? That's like step one. Do you understand that?
Step one is here's what the box.
If you're telling me what you want to stipulate about the scenario.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So step one is like Andrew assumptions go in the box. Okay. Now you understand that like if we just stay at step one, I can't tell you anything about the scenario, right? Because like if you ask me, okay, like sorry, basically what you want to ask is, okay, so you put that stuff into the scenario. Now, is this other thing also in the scenario? We put in like the Andrea assumptions into the scenario. Is this also true in the scenario? Like that's your question, right? So, the scenario is like God says X, Y, Z, and what you want to ask is like, okay, is it also true in the scenario that this or this, right?
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
Okay, I don't know, maybe I'll do it in terms of worlds. Like, you're saying, imagine a world like this. What's true in this world is this and that.
Yeah.
And then the question is this other thing also true in the world, in that world, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You're like a fucking crazy person. Like, I did like the child analogy of like a box. I don't understand. Yeah, imagine like a possible world. Yeah. Okay. Anyway,
maybe that's a compliment, Josh. I don't know.
Yeah. So what you're asking me is that other thing true in that possible world? Now, like, all I do is just say, well, the world is as Andrew said, and that's it. You see, like, how I can't actually answer the question. right? Because what you didn't tell me to put in the world is rape is wrong. What you told me is God said rape is wrong, and God is always right. That's all we said so far about the world. You see, like, you know, if you want to ask me, okay, is it true in that world that rape is wrong? Like, you know, just what you said doesn't give me the answer, right? Like, the answer might follow from it, but so far we just put in like two things into the world, and neither of them is the answer to the question, right?
Yeah, wait, which formulation of the way I asked it are you putting into this world?
God tells you rape is good, and God is like always right.
He cannot lie, and he's morally perfect. Yeah. Well then.
Yeah. So those are the two sentences in the world, and then you're asking, is a third sentence in the world as well? The third sentence being rape is wrong. That's your question.
Yeah.
And in stage one, we just have two sentences, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So what I'm saying you need to do is say like, okay, actually, just by virtue of this being a world at all, right, it's going to include some other things, right? So beyond just the two sentences you gave me, what's also true is like modus ponens is valid. That's also true in the world. So we're also putting that into the world, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Right. So basically, I'm saying step one is we put in the Andrew sentences. Step two, we put in all the necessary sentences.
Yep, that's right.
Okay. Then I put in all the necessary sentences. Now, none of the necessary sentences are rape is good, right? Like that's not in the necessary sentences.
That's right.
Okay, so at step two, I still haven't like got to a point where I can answer your question.
Not yet. That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Step three is I basically try to derive an answer to your question from the resources I was given. Okay. So here's one derivation. So I'm only using the resources of the sentences we agree are in the world.
Yes,
will be put in as step one and step two.
The ones I put in here, and then the necessary ones for this world. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So like one way, like one derivation I can do is God always says what's right, or whatever God says is true or something. God said rape is good, so therefore rape is good, and that follows because one of the sentences allows that sort of inference, right? It says that sort of inference is valid, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so, we're able to derive the answer to your question in the affirmative. Okay. But another thing I'm able to do is go through a different derivation where, I say, well, one of the necessary truths is rape is wrong. And that leads me to a negative answer to your question.
Now, okay.
So I can set up a derivation either way.
Okay. So let's do this then, Sasha. I like that. So, and that was clean, and I like that. So let me ask you then. What if we set, because I want to modify this to bypass this thing. I want to get past this right here. So maybe you can keep that in mind as well, because I do want to, I'm going to continue to ask this question. But I do want to be honest and I want to update on new information. So I think you're saying stuff that's relevant here. So I do want to address it. But I want to say this then. And let me ask you. So what should you more believe is true? That this necessary truth about, if you're going to hold it, it's necessarily true, that rape is wrong. That your fallible assessment of that is correct versus a stipulated.
Yeah, but remember that I'm just saying that, like, I'm putting that into the sentences that compose the world.
Yeah.
Right. So, like, are you saying maybe I shouldn't be so sure that that's a necessary sentence?
Yes.
Like maybe I shouldn't be so sure that belongs at step two.
Right, because that sentence that you're putting in there is based on your fallible conclusion.
Sure.
Right. And then what I'm putting in there is just stipulated to be infallible. And it doesn't matter that you're fallibly assessing that. You just understand the content of what I'm saying, which is that it is an infallible being that is stipulating an infallible truth.
Well, you're infallible.
No,
you're the one adding the
assumption. God is the infallible being. He's saying this.
God is the one in the scenario who says something.
When I said that it's an infallible being stipulating an infallible truth, it's just that God is saying something that's infallible, is what I mean. So in other words, the second sentences, or the second step that has the sentences that you're saying are necessary, and one of those could be that rape is necessarily wrong. That is something that you have concluded fallibly. I mean, this is by and large going to be most people, right? Now, there's going to be some people that might say they have some infallible truth there, and then we can deal with that. But they're going to say they came to they're going to say they fallibly have concluded that, and they're putting it in there. They still think it's a necessary truth, but they fallibly came to that conclusion. They acknowledge that there is.
But that's like, I think. Look, like you understand that the game we're playing is saying there are substantive answers to questions like this, right?
Yeah.
That's the game, right? We're not saying the game is like settled at the outset because the situation is impossible, so all answers are vacuous and true, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. It's like if we go with your way of doing things, like it's gonna turn out that in any scenario like this, what should give weight is what we put in at step 2 rather than step 1, right? Because, what characterizes step 2 here, sorry, what you want to say is step 2, like what you think belongs there, is just by your fallible assessment, where step 1, like, that's just like, assumed at the outset. That's like the exercise.
Yes.
So step 1 is privileged.
Yeah.
But like that just sounds like it's the wrong result because, step 2 includes all the stuff that we think is like really privileged. That's the stuff that we think has the strongest claim to truth out of anything. That's why it's like the necessary stuff. But you're saying the necessary stuff should always give way to this like more wishy-washy stuff just because it goes in at step 1.
Well, I mean, sure. I'm sure that's how that looks from your perspective, or whoever's encountering this. But what I'm saying is that, and what actually is the case is that step 1 is just this is the omniscient, infallible oracle, and he is setting everything straight. And there is nothing more supreme than the conclusion that he is saying. All I'm saying is, I think that you should trust him if it were the case that you were to encounter that being telling you that over your own fallible conclusion. If you really believe that is that being is the infallible.
That's the reasoning one.
All knowing. Well, hold on. If that being is the infallible, all knowing, truth telling all the time God. If you really believe that, then when he tells you something that is contrary to what
me really believing it in this scenario doesn't matter. Again, we are assessing it from the outset.
Well, I'm saying this is in service. Okay, so I'm only saying this to the point where you said you've heard me say before in conversations. I just want to make sure that my conversations are safeguarded here.
Those are that was like a separate one.
I agree, but
that point I think was about whether it could have justifiable cease belief.
Yes, that's fine.
That's like separate from like this idea of what should you side with if God tells you a necessary falsehood.
Yeah. Well, what I was trying to target right here is, what I want to just get clear from you, actually, if I can, is that when I have said this historically, it has pretty much always been in service of the idea that when somebody is averse to certain narratives in the Bible and they say, this is wrong, then I want to say, I know you have concluded that's wrong, but there is a being who knows everything and says that it's right. And if that is true, if I were to persuade you of the truth of that, are you open to the idea that an infallible being can correct what you think is maybe even necessarily true? That's kind of what it's in service of. And I want to see if you think that me doing that has a problem, given our conversation thus far.
I mean, that's right. Like, I guess I'm not sure. Like, it feels like really what you need is just, like you say, well, you don't have epistemic certainty of like whatever you think is in fact necessary. Right. So maybe like you believe it with like as high as your credence can go.
As high as possible.
And maybe also you actually believe it to be necessary, but like not epistemically. But still, you agree like that belief is corrigible.
Right.
And if you agree with that, then like like there's still some epistemic credence left over for theism.
Yes.
I think that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I just want to make.
But that's not. I don't agree. That's the way he framed it. I know because what you want to do is like pull this back to the history, but that's certainly not what was said then. It seemed like he basically what you were trying to say is just like a
completely different issue.
No, I don't. Well,
to be clear, I think like sorry, I'm saying that what I commented on that just now, I think it's like a completely separate issue than this like, well, if God told you rape is good, what should you think? I think that's like a very way. I don't think like one really bears on the other.
Yeah, that's fine. But like you said, I don't agree that that's what happened. If he's trying to bring it back to history, or whatever. But yeah, I think the way that was framed here, yeah, it's fine.
No, what I say historically, and Albedo conceded this to Soli ultimately, but what I said historically is that if God tells you this, I'm stipulating that the truth-telling, the all-knowing, infallible God tells you, he's morally perfect, tells you that X, you ought to do X, is it the case that you ought to do X? And
I said you could say no.
And Albedo said that you could say no. And then Sully said, well, then you're
just
not.
I mean, I think you could say no, yeah. I think it's reasonable to say no. Okay.
You think it's reasonable to say no? Yeah, I know. I
mean, I said this at the time.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, no, you did. And then I think what it ended up is that we just kind of turned, I think we probably just ended up walking away from it. But Sully was telling Albedo that he was being silly by not just entertaining.
You have to be careful with Sully.
Yeah, I know.
If he believes that like his mom is born.
He believes what? Abortion's not immoral.
Yeah, he like believes right and can convey tone.
That was hilarious.
So you have to be careful with him.
That was hilarious. Yeah, he was saying, and
5'3" and an attitude. 5'3" and an attitude.
He was what?
There is this like clip that's gone kind of viral. It reached some infamy. These like millennial women dancing in an office. They like say like lines like 5'3" and an attitude. 5'3" and an attitude. And like that in particular reminds me of Sally, because she's like a short little leprechaun that gets very angry.
I don't think I've seen that. Can you send that to me?
I mean, you know, I watched it very good, sure. So I haven't seen my Charlie character edit. But yeah, I'll send it to you.
Okay. So
that's a counter possible.
If I say God is saying that you're wrong, when you say.
Sorry. So to be clear, are we going back to the like 3-step like world question? I think I was like reframing to it.
I want to know. No. Well, what I was going to ask you I just want to see if you think this is a problem, because I think this part of what I'm saying and what I intend to keep saying, and I want to make sure that there's not something you see problematic, because I would like to refine it if there is. So I want to say God is saying that you're wrong on whatever it is that you're saying.
Yeah, like rape or something, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
If that God does exist, do you think that you ought to believe more likely that he's correct or you're correct? Even though you think that you've got this thing as a necessary truth and high greetings and whatever, is it more reasonable to believe that God is correct or that you are correct? Would that be a way? Because I think that seems to be a way I could frame that. And
I mean, I guess it probably depends on like who you're talking to. I think it's fine to say it's reasonable to maintain your correct. Like I don't really think. Sorry. Maybe like a lot of people say that like would be saying it for dumb reasons or something. That's probably true. But like, I think like the answer can absolutely be made sense out of.
Okay.
I mean, just look. So, like, what sentence do you want to work with? Rapist,
well, I
or something?
Don't believe that. I mean, that's even a problem for me. I think that's impossible, so I'd rather not use that. Let's just say killing an infant.
Okay, but sorry, for that one, like, I think everyone agrees that that is permissible in certain circumstances.
Yeah.
I mean, they might say otherwise, but like basically everyone agrees.
Yeah, killing an infant, the Amalekite slaughter. Let's do that.
I mean, but sorry, I guess like I don't really know if it matters what we go with.
These are
but I feel like some things might be easier than others. Because like basically what I think is like.
And Andrew.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Please don't interrupt. Please no! Please no! Please no! Please get rid of her! 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 The whole son save us. Please. Okay. Anyway. So look. I don't know if it really matters what exactly we work with, because I think the logic of the point will be the same. And like, you know, if we take something ridiculous, like, you know, you think it's impossible, that, like I had a sandwich yesterday or something, like, okay, you know, it makes it look kind of silly. But that's because it's silly to believe it's impossible. I had a sandwich yesterday.
Right.
Right. And it's like similar things I would say about the Amalekites, where like, you know, I think like, basically everyone agrees that like there could be a way to make sense of that, however unlikely it is.
Okay.
But like, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I just want to go with something where like we can at least like see a little bit of merit in the idea that that is.
For this argument to go beyond the obvious.
Shut the fuck up, you dumb fucking cunt. Shut up. Never fucking open your mouth again. Anyway, what are you saying?
Yeah, so actually, you're right. I think that's true. So certainly, my typical move is, you say X is bad in the Bible. If God says X is X, if God says, well, then I separate it from that, and I just say, if God says any X is correct, then wouldn't God be correct? Because given who He is, right? Shouldn't you believe that God is correct? So that's typically the way that I use it, right? And so that maybe I shouldn't. So in the way that I'm formulating it there, saying that if God says that X is morally correct, then isn't it the case that you ought to believe that X is morally correct?
Sure. So let's just go for right. I think we can see some plausibility to the idea that it's impossible that right is morally correct or something.
Yeah, we can. Yeah. That's fine.
I mean, I can try to show you like why I don't think it's crazy to suppose that like the right answer in this scenario is that rape isn't right, even if that's said.
Well, what I was going to say is the ones that I use it for are all possible by most people's lives, so they'll probably be more willing to grant that yes, God could actually justify these things. So I think the problem.
I mean, in that case, I agree. I think that's the sandwich.
Yeah. So the problem is when I just say, when I just do a blanket thing where I go, if God says that X is true, is it the case that you ought to believe X is true? Or to make it more narrow, if God says something is morally correct, then you ought to believe that it's morally correct. And that's where I think the problem is coming in, because then you're saying this is where somebody who's really thinking, yeah, I'm just stipulating something contradictory, or that God would be saying something contradictory to something you're already holding to be maybe even a necessary truth, that now there's two contradictory things in conflict, which makes one of them have to give way. And why should mine take priority, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Wouldn't it just be the case then in proper dialogue, you as the interlocutor that I'm talking to should just say, I don't grant that there's this infallible being who can say, I don't grant this as being
possible. But you're not asking me to grant it, right? You're not saying that this is true. What you're asking is, suppose there's a situation like that.
I'm saying suppose it's true. I'm saying suppose it's true that there is a being who is all-knowing, infallible. In a possible world, picture, because they don't believe it, but picture that there's this truth-telling God that is, more.
No, that's what I'm saying. You're asking me to consider a hypothetical scenario.
Yeah, I'm asking you to consider a hypothetical.
It's not like I need to grant you anything about what I need to grant you is just, you described some situation and there is a substantive answer to your question given that scenario.
Okay. So in the moral...
You don't need to grant you that, it's possible God will do it. The idea is, what we're doing is, we're agreeing the scenario is impossible, but still we think there's substantive evaluation to be done about what else is true in the impossible scenario.
Yeah. Okay.
Somebody could just say, it's impossible, and I don't think there's anything substantive to say about it.
Okay. I got you. Actually, this is the issue here. So the way that I formulated it with albedo, the way I did it was, if God says that you ought to do X, is it the case that you ought to do X? Now that's going to make it a little different than just X is true. X is true could open up a lot of doors. That could be a problem. I could see how people could say, okay, that there is a lot of stuff that.
I think it works the same.
That's fine. Okay, so you ought to do X.
You're just gonna say, that's the major premise, and then the minor premise is God says you ought to do X, Y, Z. Right? And then is it true that I ought to do X, Y, Z?
What's the major premise?
Whatever God says I ought to do, I ought to do.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I don't think it changed anything. Still the question is it true that I ought to do X, Y, Z?
Well, that's right. But just saying X is true. But so anything that God says is true is different than saying.
Yeah, it's different. I'm just I understand it's different. I'm just saying. I think it will work the same because just what the point it's still whatever God says in this regard is true. God says this, and is it true? Right? Still, I'm gonna need to reason through the scenario and see what the answer is to your question.
Okay, so here's what it is. If I say this to you, tell me what your response would be. If God tells you that you ought to do X, is it true? Sorry. Now he's a truth-telling, all the attributes.
Yeah.
Okay. If God says that you ought to do X, is it true that you ought to do X? That's how I framed it to Albedo. That's how I want to frame it to you. And I want to hear what you say.
I'm going to say yeah, but because I think standardly that question implies that you're asking me to restrict it to just possible scenarios. So how I'm going to read that question isn't hey, sorry.
Sasha,
I'm going to take that question.
There's a fallacy there.
Fuck off, you dumb fucking bitch. Jesus fucking Christ. She has nothing worth saying. Never speak. Anyway, here's how I would standardly take that kind of scenario. take all the possible worlds, right? Like take all the scenarios you think are possible that involve the antecedent. Do they all involve the concept? Right. So I'm limiting the scope of consideration to possible situations. But what you want to know is does that extend to the impossible scenarios? But like standard questions like that don't work.
Oh, really? Okay. So, okay, well, because okay, so, standard question. So, let me make sure I track what you just said. So, standard questions don't work that way.
Like, I mean, just imagine, like, if I ask you, is it true that whenever you have, I don't know, what's like a law of physics? We're going to suppose a law of physics is like any mass exerts gravity. Right? We're going to say that's part of like physics, right? Okay, so you ask me, is it true that whenever you have a mass, you have gravitation?
Yeah.
I mean, I would just answer yeah. Right? Because basically what I'm thinking is you're asking me about the physically possible scenarios.
Yeah. So we both believe that too. So yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess what matters is if I believe it, because I'm the recipient of the question. Right?
Yeah, that's right.
It's just like, I'm gonna say yeah, but like it's not like what I'm saying is it's like a truth that holds in all logically possible worlds, and in fact also in the logically impossible. Right? That's not how I would normally take the question. Okay, what you're asking me, is this necessary? And I need to fill in, okay, in what sense do you mean necessary? Well, probably you mean physically necessary. Or in the case of like God tells you something, probably you mean like, is it metaphysically necessary or something? I wouldn't think you mean necessary in some sense that's like very hard to work with. That in fact also implies to impossible worlds.
Okay. So it's not including impossible worlds, which would be worlds like where you would butt it up against things that you think are necessarily contradictory to whatever it is that God wants to tell you. Okay. All right. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay. Okay, but if I say that to somebody that thinks something...
So the implication might change in a conversation, right? Like,
okay, I see.
If the conversation goes something like, oh, what if God commands rape? Is that good? And I say, no, I don't think so, because I think rape is necessarily wrong. And then you ask me that question, then maybe I should think you mean, oh, you mean like even or impossible, but
Okay. Well, I will say that is what Albedo had in mind, is some kind of impossible stuff. You're saying like if I think...
I mean, from what I've heard about like the ape condom, that would be my reading of the context there, right? Where it's like, what he is saying is rape has to be wrong. Yeah. And you still want to preserve it. Then it sounds like we really are asking about like, even in the impossible scenario, I think you should side with God.
Yeah.
And,
Okay, so then in that scenario, so good. So you're saying in the possible scenarios, of course, people just grant that. That does seem like the right response to say yes. In the possible scenarios, if God tells you to do it, God, you should believe that, right? But when you think that it's butting up against the necessary truth, then you want to say, is this what you want to say? Why should we give precedence to the God necessary truth?
It's not that God is the necessary truth. It's that God is in the antecedent. God is what we're putting in at step one.
Yeah. Why should we give way to him rather to what he's saying?
Yeah,
the derivation.
And also, whatever else. So it's not just that, because we might also need other stuff to get to the answer, right? So why is it that what we put in at step one, and whatever in conjunction with step one leads to the affirmative answer, why does that take precedence over just the truth of the negative answer.
The truth of the what?
Of the negative answer.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Right, like, basically, the world is going to contain a sentence like rape is wrong, and also, God always tells the truth, and he told you rape is good. And then also, like, the inferences that take you from, God says this, so it's true, right? So basically, why is it that I'm throwing out rape is wrong rather than all this, like, other stuff that you put in and whatever else is needed to derive the affirmative answer?
Okay. Sorry, I'm sorry. Repeat that one more time.
Yeah, I'm saying basically now so we have what you put in at step 1.
Yeah.
We have all the stuff that goes in at step 2, and now we have the question.
Yeah.
Okay, does the world contain this sentence or no? And the sentence is rape is obligatory or something. And I'm saying, well, we have both answers.
Yeah.
But we want to go with just one answer. We want to say one of these is like somehow better than the other. Okay, so we need to throw some stuff that we put in at step 1 and 2, or step 1 or 2, out of the box. Okay, so what do we throw out? Well, yeah, one thing we could throw out is rape is always wrong. Another thing we could throw out is the stuff at step 1. So we could throw out God always tells the truth, or we could throw out God told you rape is good. Or actually we could throw out modus ponens, right? And if we throw out modus ponens, then we can't go from, whatever God says is true, or whatever God says is obligatory, and this is something God said, so it's obligatory, right? If we throw out modus ponens, we also don't get the result.
Now, why would modus ponens even be on the chopping block, given it's not one of the things I'm saying God is not saying that is false?
Well, he's just going to resolve the contradiction.
Okay.
Right, the point is, we get an inconsistent answer to your question, and we want to make it consistent. Okay, so what we need to do is throw out some of the resources that lead to one of the answers.
Okay.
And modus ponens is one such resource.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. 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 I think.
And also, another thing you need to remember is, like, whatever we throw out might not be enough. So just like, if we merely throw out modus ponens, but modus ponens can be derived from other stuff, then, it doesn't matter. The inference still works. Because now the inference is just, take all the stuff you need to derive modus ponens. Now you have modus ponens, and now apply it to this, right? So you can still build out the proof. So basically, you need to throw out all the stuff that gives you one of the answers, and also all the stuff that could get you to the stuff that gives you one of the answers.
You're going to have a really weak logic.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Right, like it might not be enough to throw out 2 + 2 is 4 if that's like what God says is false. Right? It might not be enough to throw out that, because that truth is actually derivable from like more fundamental stuff in mathematics. So just throwing this out won't be enough. We also need to derive, we need to also throw out the like way more basic stuff about math.
Right. Okay. If God was to say 2 + 2 is false, 2 + 2 equals 4. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so like, maybe you're saying, oh, well, I'm just going to throw that out, and now I've made the scenario consistent again. Well, no, because we're still able to derive the second answer, right? So we're still back at the scenario we want to avoid, where we have two inconsistent answers to our question. But now we don't do it straightforward, but it's saying 2 plus 2 is 4 is, is one of the sentences. We just derive it from the other stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what I want to say here, Sasha, is that whatever these other derivations could be, and other necessary truths that we want to throw into the world and say that they must be built into this, scenario. I want to say that God is infallibly just toppling everything. So it has to be the case that what he is stipulating is true. So
yeah, but I was thinking 2 plus 2 has to be 4. And
yeah, but yeah.
I'm pretty sure about that one as well.
Yeah, I got you. But I'm saying but remember, this is where I want to kind of press in on the fallibility point there, because I do think that matters. But
that isn't really a point of what you're saying is just how you think the game should be played is step 1 stuff takes precedence over step 2 stuff. You want to introduce that rule.
I want to say, given that I hear you, but I don't want to quite do that. I want to say, I want to do that, but I'm not going to do that. What I want to do for the purposes of being, above board is say this, is that God is more like, should you trust your assessment of your own conclusions about what is necessary that contradicts what you are what's just stipulated that you're accepting? That is something that.
I don't see what just. Are you asking me to not put in some stuff at step 2? Because maybe I'm wrong about it.
No, I'm just saying this. In step 1, make sure God's infallible. In step 2, make sure all the conclusions.
Yeah, I'm just putting in those sentences, sure.
Okay, yeah.
But I'm not putting them in with any credence or whatever. Right? We're just saying these sentences are part of the world.
Okay, yeah. These. How about this? There is an infallible truth in step 1, and there are some fallible necessary truths in step 2.
So I just don't understand how the game is supposed to be played.
Okay.
I'm saying the game is set up a situation and ask what's true of the situation. How we set up the situation.
No, I have something to
No,
add.
you have nothing to fucking
You have
say.
made a quantitative assessment of a qualitative fact, and
Please fucking get rid of this thing. Jesus fucking Christ. Sorry, I'm saying the game is set up a situation and ask what's true of it. And how we set up a situation is via step 1 and step 2. I don't think credence has come into play at all. You can say how credence should come in is if something has a credence below some threshold, it doesn't go in a step 2 or something. So maybe modus ponens doesn't make it in, or maybe 2 plus 2 is 4 doesn't make it into infallible. Maybe that's what you could say. I don't really understand how else credences could be relevant to the process.
I don't know. For some reason, I want to say something like, if I have come to infallible knowledge somehow, I don't know if this step is needed, but let me just say this. If I've come to an infallible knowledge that there is an infallible being that just told me something is true, and it contradicts.
But you understand that that's just what you're putting at step 1?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So just you're putting that in at step 1, and still the question at the end of the game is this true or not? The question just.
Likely true.
I mean,
wrap this one.
like it's not like it's not like I need to guess.
Let's wrap this up.
I like. Andrew, make her own. Let's go.
Okay.
Yes.
What's up, Matthew?
Hey man, just watching this this news. It's crazy.
What's the news?
There's 12 people have been confirmed dead now.
Where?
In Australia. You haven't seen in Australia.
What's happening?
Basically, a gunman has shot 12. Well, shot more probably, and killed 12 people at a Jewish community in Bondi Beach.
Jesus Christ.
They were celebrating Hanukkah.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, Matthew, we don't need anywhere where you can be safe. That's right. We could just be safe amongst you guys. You go and you're totally safe for us. But yeah, that's sad. Wouldn't think of Australia as a hotbed of anti-Semitism.
It's everywhere, bro.
I will say that one of the most thing that's very relevant to my worldview is as a kid learning about the Holocaust. I was like, that's crazy. Well, at least we learned from that one. Like, at least we're not going to do anything like that again. We're not going to like just kill Jews for no reason. I thought the world kind of got out of in the same way that we don't have slavery anymore, have foot binding anymore. We don't have wife burning anymore. I thought we just kind of like Jew blaming. I thought that was a thing of history, and the fact that it like isn't over makes me like murderously angry. So yeah, I mean that very much affects my worldview. Like imagine every 100 years we had to have a debate about whether slavery should be brought back. I could see people being murderously angry about that.
Slavery was only moved to a different country, that's all. We just didn't have to see it.
Which country did it move to?
For instance, they lock people up in factories in China. It's in Africa. If you've been there, you know the people who live there. You know it still exists. It's undeniable. I need to go see my daddy for Hanukkah. It's important too.
It's not as bad as African chattel slavery.
And they're like, well, if you're locked into a factory and you're not allowed to leave, pretty bad. But if you're in a pit mining what we use for batteries with your bare hands, that's pretty dark bad. Right?
Yeah. But you have to understand the amount of people that are owned as property be killed at will, or not killed for trivial offenses and raped at will, is not the same thing as it's much less frequent today. Like in the South, it was a huge percentage of the entire population of the the South were slaves, or like in ancient Sparta, majority of the population were slaves. Millions of people were taken to the Muslim world, into the Caribbean and stuff like that. Slavery. The thing you're talking about now is not like anywhere near the kind of percentages of the population that existed, and the conditions are much less bad.
I used to help the people who came from there in barrels. Yeah. No stories. But that was a long time ago. That was like 20 years ago. Worldviews can be changed pretty easily, can't they? I saw a clip. I hope, Sam, that you find peace, something good to look upon.
No, my life's gotten recently.
It's what?
My life's gotten a lot better recently.
That's good.
Yep.
I just wanted to say that. You have a good day, okay?
Have a good day as well. People seem to have this desire to say that slavery hasn't changed. Either it's like a cynical way to be like moral progress never happens, or it's a way to just like signal like, oh, I know about the depravity of our world today that you guys don't know about. But like it really is like the ending of chattel slavery in the world was like a huge moral progress that affected many people. I find it very strange. People should just accept that was moral progress and not pretend like Chinese sweatshop workers have it as bad as people that are forced to, like, you know, on pain of death and being whipped to work fields and plantations and stuff like that. Marcus, you there? Nice. So I have this 4-part argument against Christianity. I think it's pretty strong. So the question is always asking, what's more likely? Did humans write it or did God write it? And I have 4 different angles for that. One is hell is a scare tactic. It's really plausible that humans would scare each other with hell because it's like really, really like, you know, scary. People exaggerate to get people to do stuff. Whereas it's not really believable that a loving God, a merciful God would torture people for forever. So if hypothesis A, humans made it up to scare each other. Hypothesis B, loving being tortures for billions of years. It's just like way more likely that humans made it up. And it's just like 1 of 4. Argument 2, the difference in morality in the Old Testament and the New Testament is very large. It's more likely that humans just wrote down their changing norms versus that the creator of the universe that's outside of space-time has changing morality. They changed up his like vibes. So that's like argument 2. Argument 3 is in the Old Testament there's all sorts of stuff about stoning people, burning them alive, slavery. That makes total sense if it's just Bronze Age people writing down their norms. It doesn't make very much sense if it's a God who's perfectly loving, giving you commandments. So that's like 3. And 4, God's morality could have been anything. He could have had like, you know, trillions of different options for his morality. So the fact that his scriptural ethic, like his ethics in the Old Testament, for example, is so similar to other ancient Near Eastern peoples, it's much more likely that people are just writing down their culture than that the weird coincidence that out of the trillions of possibilities, God's morality just looks like ancient Near Eastern morality. So I think all 4 of these together just make it kind of like blindingly obvious that humans made this up rather than God did it.
Yep. So, you know, you used the word blindingly obvious. Remember that idiot who was in the room yesterday
and was saying, "Oh, you didn't understand what my premises were, right?" And you aptly put him in his place and told him. I did hear his argument, but then what was blindingly obvious was him stating twice, "Would you rather this punishment or would you rather that punishment?" And I was thinking, that's a blindingly obvious thing, right? Why do you want me to proceed to the rest of the nonsense that you're going to say when you're telling me I'm either going to be punished for this or I'm going to be punished for this, but one is a lesser punishment? Did you get my point?
Yeah, I mean, if someone's giving you two punishments, you just say, I don't want either punishment.
Yeah, I'm entitled to the third option. And here's another thing, right? So think about caveman or early man, right? Living around the most fertile area that you're going to get, which is probably going to be around a mountain, correct? I mean, that's where you get fertile soil. And then all of a sudden there's a volcano eruption and, there are rocks flying all over and coming and landing on people, probably even killing them. Now think stoning. Or there's lava and there's, hot flames and everything around. So now you're thinking of hellfire. So now because this was a phenomenon that they couldn't control or they didn't know why it was happening. So they kind of attributed it to some other force which was external from somewhere, which wasn't within them because in the village everything was nice and cool and you had the chieftain or the leader who was the boss and whatever he would say everyone would do. But he was another external force which no one had control over. So obviously human beings created the element of fear and then said, if you don't do X, Y, Z, then there's a possibility that you're going to be stoned or fall into hellfire and that kind of shit. And that way now they're able to control people. So fear has been the bedrock of religion. Create an element of fear, tell people you can save them from that same hellfire that you created in the first place, and then people just become subservient to religion. It's a formula that's worked for so many millennia. Yeah. And probably will still keep on working as long as people think that religion is, the way to God. I think it's the thing that actually divides people from an existence of God and their own experience of what that God is. Why would you need religion to come and tell you this is what you need to do or this is what you ought to do? We can all decide collectively as a society that, hey, this serves us and we're going to choose to do this for now. But yeah. I agree with your points. I think they're really good points.
Thank you. It's just fucking so goofy that people think that there's an infinite torture chamber that a loving God set up. It's just so dumb.
Yeah, and then they what really irks me is when they use examples like, oh, if your dad did this, or if your dad put a cookie in, and told you don't touch the cookie. And I'm thinking, what absurd examples are you using? Why would my dad put a cookie? And if my dad is the all-knowing dad that knows everything I'm going to do, including eating that bloody cookie that he's told me not to eat, that would be a really stupid dad,
And the dad wouldn't torture you for eating the cookie.
Yeah. You've told me not to eat the cookie. You know I'm going to eat the cookie, and then you're going to punish me for what you knew I was going to do. How does that even work?
Yeah.
And then you say, oh, but I gave you free will. Yeah, okay, it's free will, and my free will was to eat the cookie. Oh, yeah, but I'm going to punish you for it.
I can imagine God, giving you a slap on the wrist, but a fucking torture for forever?
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with that?
I mean, I think if they're talking about justice, for me, justice then would be, okay, so you ate the cookie that I told you not to eat. Now someone else is going to have to eat your cookie. That I would say, okay, that's a fair justice,
Yeah.
Just absurd. Absurd. The obsession is oh, we know better than you know. And the reason why we know is because, oh, when you bought your item from IKEA, did it come with a manual? Yes, of course it did. And so is life. And the manual of life is what God gave us, our religious text. But think about it. No bloody baby have I seen on this planet has ever come with a manual. They introduce the manual themselves after some certain point and say, oh, but this is what God wanted you to do in your life. This is how you have to live it. Nah, I choose not to believe in a God that is going to condemn me, judge me, and punish me. I don't think that's an act of love.
I also just don't think that it makes any sense to say torture for forever is merciful. I think that by definition, infinite pain is not mercy. Like if mercy means anything, it's not infinite pain. So, I mean, you can just either say he's not merciful or say hell doesn't exist, but don't say both at the same time, because that's dumb.
Yeah. Or if you're going to say God is most merciful, I agree. Okay, so fine, God is most merciful. Then what's going to happen when I'm standing before God and expressing the sins that I did and that I was proud of doing because God let me do it in me expressing my free will? I'll just turn around to God at that point and say, hey, but God, you're supposed to be the most merciful. Forgive me. What do you think the God is going to do at that point? Look around and say, oh, is there another creature, another being that's more merciful than me? No, there isn't. So I'm the only most merciful being. Therefore, I have to forgive you, my child. You know, they put God's knickers in a twist and don't even realize they're doing it. I just think humanity has got the whole concept of God so wrong, so perverted. And yet they try and, polish that turd and sell it to us. Like little snake oil merchants, There's nothing to be saved from. What are you being saved from? Yourself?
Yeah. It's God sets up a system where you need to be saved, and then because he had credit for saving you. Like, imagine I put you in danger, and then I can try to get, hey, thank me for saving you. Like, no, you shouldn't have put me in danger in the first place.
Yeah. It's absurd. This guy came into the room the other day, I think it was BHI, and he was talking about, the covenant. You know how they like rehashing their books all the time? So the Israelites, they signed the covenant. I was like, okay, so if I'm a businessman and I'm going to sign a contract with a group of people or a person that I know is going to default at some point, do you think I'll be stupid enough to sign that, covenant with them? I wouldn't. I would know that this guy is going to cock up at some point and not pay me back. Why then would an all-knowing God then sign a contract with people that God knows are definitely going to go against the covenant? It's stupid. You're literally saying your God is stupid without even realizing that's what you're saying. But no, because these words are fanciful and they're existing in the book, they sort of have to make them fit their own narrative. Oh yeah, they signed the covenant, but God knew they were going to break the covenant. Why did God know? Oh, because they're given free will. It's all bullshit, man. I'm telling you, if we started explaining these things to kindergartners, they'll probably understand this and laugh at adults who believe in these stupid concepts. They're probably thinking, what's wrong with you people, man?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think the best thing someone can do, to be honest, is not to say, hey, stop reading these books. I think the better way is to actually read these books even more. And my hypothesis is that the more you read these books, the more you'll find the ridiculousness and the absurd claims of truth and just run away really far from them. Because you'll realize a loving God is not going to behave this way. When you say God is going to judge you, you've actually said in that same statement that God doesn't know. You've claimed that your God is not omniscient. Yet they're the same people who will say God knows everything. Well, if God knows everything, then you compare it to a local, a court. The reason why a judge performs as a judge is because the judge doesn't know what both parties are going to say. So the judge listens to all of this and then makes a decision based on what that person was saying and what the judge heard. But now you're using the same example with God and saying, oh, God is going to judge you. You're literally saying this God didn't know. Because if God knew, what's the point of judging? And the other silly one, which I constantly keep on hearing, it's a test. Why would I, as a teacher, put a test if I knew exactly how the student was going to answer? I know I'm going to put these choices, and I know that Zabu is going to answer D in all of them because she likes D. What sense does that even make? Why would they put a test in the first place? I think people get confused with the idea that we have got all these concepts that we want to experience. I want to experience the concept of generosity. I want to experience the concept of stealing. I want to experience the concept of killing someone. And then we perform all these concepts as an act, which might be the most heinous things that we're ever going to do. But it's simply just an act. That is all it is. But yet we turn around and say, oh, you did this, we're going to kill you. And then you think, but aren't you the same people who are saying that killing is a bad thing? Now you're going to kill me for leaving your religion? Like, how does that even fall into place? It's all...
You know, Muslims think that you agreed to be born. You agreed, like God asked you when you were just a soul before you're born, like, hey, do you want to be given this test? And that's like trying to make it more fair. And I'm like, yeah, I would never accept a test where infinite torture is one of the options.
Hey Sam, do you remember the time when I used to come into your room and then I used to play act and I used to say, hey Sam, I'm your father. What would you like? Yeah. You remember those days? Yeah. So imagine, let's play that scenario out. So you are the dad and you tell me, hey, would you like to be born? And I'm like, yeah. And then you'd be like, would you like to do this test? And I'm going to say, yeah. But Dad, am I going to fail this test? What do you think you're going to say? You're my dad now. You're the God. Go on. Tell me. What would you say to me? Dad, am I going to pass this test? Am I going to fail this test?
You're going to fail this test.
Then why are you letting me do this test, Dad, if you know I'm going to fail? It's stupid.
Failure is the continuator. You have to face Shruti in the...
Yeah, I just think it's absurd. I would never do a test. Like if God told me, hey, you're going to do a test, I'd be thinking, God, if you know the answer, why are you making me do this test?
And like, if I was like, hey God, am I going to fail the test? He's like, I'm not telling. It's like, oh, never. No, I don't want to do it then.
Yeah.
So tell me something about philosophy and religion, what you know. Tell me something that you know that nobody knows. Tell me something which is of your own, sure. Not the rhetoric of other people or the people actually who have listened, heard, or discussed. Tell me what you know of philosophy of religion.
Let's see. Well,
be very cautious. I will be interpreting if you are using somebody's information, somebody's knowledge. I will put a beep.
Cool. Well, I gave these 4-point argument for why humans wrote the Bible, not God. So one is hell is a scare tactic. So it's really believable that humans would lie to scare people to do stuff. People lie all the time in marketing. So that it's totally believable that humans would invent hell as a scare tactic. It's very unbelievable that a being that's love itself would torture people for quadrillions of years. So
that is not your. That we before you people have already discussed. No? I'm saying something you know. Yeah, which is not being used by mankind. Yes. Tell me is that. Don't repeat something which you know. Don't repeat the obvious. Yeah. Don't repeat the obvious. Don't repeat the language. Tell me what you know about philosophy of religion. I'm interested in knowing that. What you
and what I talk about. So stop being controlling. You're acting like a control freak right now. Stop being a control freak. Stop telling me what to talk about. So anyway, there's the hell is a scare tactic. Then there's God's morality could have been one of quadrillions of things. God could have had any preference for norms in the world. But the fact that his norms looked like ancient Near Eastern norms is much more likely that that's just...
Sam, this also you have heard picked up.
Why are you interrupting Sam so deep? I really don't get it.
Yeah, because he's using, I'm asking him to say something which he knows, not the other people, what he actually saying. The very first thing that he's using a God means that he has been tutored. Now, I don't know whether he really knows a God or whether there was a condition where he has to go for a God or God is there, whether God is relevant, this, that, and other. Yeah, tell me something about the word philosophy and religion, what you know, not the what.
Thank you. No, thank you. I don't want to. No, thank you. No, thank you. I don't want to.
Thank you, Sam. I hope okay. Thank you. Carry on.
I have a philosophy that he's such an idiot. Telling me something like, who the hell are you to be told that? Seriously? That's not how a conversation goes. I think he was trying to use the same argument that some of these people use. So whatever you're telling me, where is it grounded? Where is your morality grounded? Where is your philosophy grounded? And I'm always thinking, what the F do you mean grounded? It's grounded in my own beliefs as I stand on this earth speaking to you. That's my grounding.
Yeah, I mean, we can just use common sense of like, how do we want to live with each other? How would it be fun to behave? Like, if I had a fucking dinner party, I don't need God to tell me that a better dinner party is one where we don't stab each other in the eyeballs. Like, a nice dinner party has people, lovely conversation, tasty food, chairs, a table. Yeah, I don't need God for that. So if I don't need God for that, why does that, like, same principle applies to a society? You know, a society, people are happy, they have families, they have friends, that, you know, I don't need God to tell me.
Yeah.
Think about how I want to live and how it would be fun to interact with each other.
I think they've grown up in such insulated like societies where they think like, oh, just because someone is an atheist, they're wild and doing all these hedonistic things, you know, like they've got no control, they're stabbing each other, they're probably fornicating all over the place. Where do they get these misconceptions from?
I think that in their churches, in their mosques, they're telling each other that the atheists are all doing this crazy shit in order to feel smug that they're not doing this crazy shit. So they just lie about what the lives of atheists are like to feel smug and superior that they're not doing it.
I mean, think about it, Sam, right? Even if we had the freedom to express our free will and our free will is like, hey, you know what, I want to stab Sam in the eye. Like, number one, how many times am I going to stab you in the eye that is going to give me joy? Number two, I'm also going to be exposing myself to you stabbing me in my eye. And I would like to think that amongst us all idiots, there's going to be one person who's going to say, guys, just stop, man. Like, really, where are we going with this? We can't have a party with people bleeding all over, you know, with their eyes stabbed. Stop.
Yeah, exactly.
And then we'll evolve from that point. We'll be like, yeah, that makes sense. We need someone to serve us the drinks. And if we don't have the eyes to look at the drinks, who's going to serve us? And then we'll evolve. We'll just move on. Think about it. A long time ago, we were cannibals. You know, hey, look at Zabu. She's got a juicy thigh. We're going to cook her tonight. And then after a period of time, we decided, no, hang on. She's also a very good farmer. So we'd rather keep her alive because she's going to make food for us through her garden than us killing her. So we evolved from cannibals to people who started respecting each other. Yeah. Long time ago, we were a nudist society. People would walk around naked. If you're walking around with a leaf or a bark on yourself, people would think, hey, what's wrong with you? We're all naked. But then at some point, we decided, oh no, we need to cover up. And now if you walk naked in the street, people will think you're mad. So we evolved at some point and changed our morals. I don't think God's got anything to do with morals. Like, why would that even affect God in the first place? Morals are just something that we decide as a society. And you know what? They're subject to change. We can decide this is what is serving us at this point, and in another place, in another time, maybe it's not going to do that. We have nudist societies. People are okay with it. It's not like they're fucking each other all over the place. No, they just nude. They enjoy living like that natural lifestyle, and they respect each other. Yeah. Whereas we've got other societies which are living in the deep bloody sun, boiling at 58 degrees centigrade, and fully covered in a black cloth that even absorbs even more heat. Like, what? But we still let them.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Sam.
Welcome. Ezekiel.
Good afternoon, sir.
Are you an economist?
No, I'm still a student.
Your profile says economist.
Yes, sir. What's you talking about?
God.
Sam?
We're speaking about God.
About what? I will lie back. I will.
Goodbye, Deacon.
Hey Sam,
Hey, Preeti. How you doing?
I'm doing well in God's holy name.
Mm.
Yeah, Sam.
Are you a Christian, Muslim, Hindu, atheist?
I consider myself a pluralist and also partly agnostic.
I feel like religions make lots of contradictory claims with each other, so it's hard to reconcile them.
Okay, so Sam, coming to philosophy and religion, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if one must actually compare these two because religion is more towards control, administration, while philosophy is not restricted to just administrative purposes but also an individual's ability to think, right? So I felt like that is where Sasha was going wrong, where uh, as far as him thinking rape was wrong, yes, rape is wrong in all the countries in the world, and it's not legal anywhere to my knowledge. However, there are societies that condone rapists. There are lawyers who speak for rapists, right? So it is not. It is not that. Um, so depending. So it's a very subjective truth that it depends on who the rapist is and who the raped is, right? And okay, moving past the obvious. Now, comparing philosophy and religion could be problematic in several ways because philosophy is the mother of naturalism, also. And the parts of religion that is related to philosophy goes back to the manger and Jesus being born there and the gifts of Magi. So Magi come with gifts and they are led to Jesus not by the ground but by the sky. So the whole concept of
Can you just tell us if you're cooking cheese and toast pudding or rice and beans? I'm fucking confused. What are we cooking today? Please, darling, tell me.
Marcus, you sound like Raj from Big Bang Theory.
Maybe I'm him, but why are you all over the place? Where did we enter Jesus's, manger? All the way from flipping, rape and philosophy. Did you have breakfast this morning? Pretty. Let's talk about obvious things.
Marcus.
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, ma'am. Sorry. You see, you made the same mistake when you addressed Sasha, and I did as well.
Yeah, not a problem.
Not a problem. Yes, pretty. Speak to
Marcus,
me.
stop playing God in my life, okay? Right. Okay, fine. So I'll get the judgment in a later time.
I'm not judging you, but I think people who believe in God, when they say to me, "Don't judge me," I think that's being hypocritical. Because if you believe in a God that judges, then you should also allow me to express my judgment because I'm just learning from the best example that exists.
I did not say that I believe in God. Sam, can you mute him, please?
I have the ability to mute myself. All I just want you to stick to is either we having cheese on toast or we're having rice and beans. Just don't go all over the place. Thanks.
Okay, fine. Yeah, exactly. That's what I meant. So philosophy gave rise to naturalism, and religion had very tiny little philosophy in it. Magi were led not by the ground but by the sky to God. And I think that is the core of religion, to look outwards and look at the possibility and be optimistic. And in those days,
Preeti, can I ask you a question?
Very little.
Can I ask you a question, Preeti? Are you getting cheesed off the fact that I'm interrupting you at some point?
No, Marcus. I'm not scared of a judgment. If I've done bad, I don't mind burning in hell. But I burnt in hell enough for me not to be hopeful.
Do you know how to tell someone who knows their subject matter and someone who actually is just not fully aware? Preeti? Are you there?
With all due respect, I'm not the one with the cue button. Okay, so
You're not the one with the what?
with the cue button.
Yeah, so my question to you is, do you know someone who knows their subject matter and someone who is just not fully aware of what they're speaking about?
And just because I'm not listened to by you, Marcus, doesn't mean that I do not know what I say.
I asked you a question. Do you know how to tell the difference? Would you like to know?
Yes, I know.
Okay, tell me. How do you know?
The vocabulary that is more relevant to the subject.
You're gone. And?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, keep doing it, Marcus.
Would you like to know?
No, not from you. I will learn it somewhere else.
Okay. Go on. Express to us what you're trying to express to us earlier on.
No, I feel like, this is.
Mission accomplished.
Goodbye, Preeti. You're missed.
The only person who can actually miss you and then actually mean it is an assassin. Wouldn't you agree, Sam?
It's a good one.
If an assassin misses you and tells you I missed you, they actually mean it.
That's true.
You there, Sam?
Oh, she's back. Hallelujah.
Assalamu alaikum, Preeti. The stage is yours.
I don't need this stage. I need people that actually respect and listen, okay? If you have done your due, and so have I. Right, Marcus? How long have you lived on this earth, Marcus?
Long enough to know that probably my end is near.
Really?
Yes. Has this turned into a silent meditation room?
I made it for your end.
I understand you more when you're muted, by the way, Pretty. Thanks.
For myself, I don't get it right. There is an irony in this subject, in this, let's say. Over 3 billion people are preaching this ideology, this way of thinking, and yet still you have seen a lot of. It really aches your heart, It's really disappointing that how even this is, why this is continuing, how this is allowed to be happened. The MBS, the Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi Arabia are doing some reforms to, let's say, bring the main, let's say, it was the foundation of Islam, the Saudi Arabia. They want to make a reform. They want to change the culture. They want to change the society. They have come with a lot of, let's say, efforts, with a lot of problems. All this, I just don't get it, what I'm trying to say.
Can I add something here? I think it feels terrible for the people who died, obviously. Very, very sad, heartbreaking. Some people will never come back to their homes again. They won't see their family members again. This is so heartbreaking. Just a month ago in India, where I'm from, 22 doctors were arrested, Muslim doctors, all of them. Many of them with PhDs, some of them gynecologists from university, from Islamic University, where they had stored 3,000 kilograms of excess. Okay, some of these Muslim doctors were women gynecologists, heart surgeons, things like that. And one of them blew themselves up and ended up killing 15 Indian citizens in Delhi last month. Okay, and there are other 20 or 30 doctors who are still on the run. These are medical doctors we're talking about. They're supposed to save human lives. And here we have people killing. They were practicing bombing and things like that after their work, after 4 p.m. Imagine how dedicated they were. And some of them even had children at home. They were less in love with their children. They were more in hate.
That's what Islamists do, Shiva. That's exactly what Islamists do. Doctors.
Yeah, around that. I guess my point is these guys were not fighting for Palestine, because in India, the Palestine issue, right? They were just killing Hindus and other religions. This is not an Israel-Palestine issue. This is not the killings in Paris from 2016, where 150 people died, right? Or Nice, where the truck driver just ran over a bunch of 80 people or so. The bombings and the killings in Moscow, right? 9/11. I mean, this list goes on and on and on. And yet, we're supposed to believe that Islam is a religion of peace and we're Islamophobes for saying these things. And how many people have to die? I don't get it anymore. It's not all Muslims, but it is always a Muslim.
The problem is your silence from the moderate Muslims. I don't see them going in the street and chanting, "Not in our name, Islam is against this." It's silence. And that is the problem that I have with moderate Muslims, that they allow it and they're quiet about it, while every Jew needs to defend all other Jews. And in every pro-Palestinian demonstration, you will have a few useful idiots, Jewish, that say "not in our name." And we have 16 million Jews globally. Yet in every demonstration you will find a few. Where are the 10 Muslims that will go down the streets of New York or London and Paris and will hold a sign that says, "This is not Islam," or "Release the hostages," or "Hamas is a terrorist group"? Not the problem that I have, radical Muslims at least are honest. We can deal with them. But why are the moderate Muslims so fucking quiet? Why don't they speak out? They have the best to set the Egyptian
comedian, the Pierce Morgan,
because them are stupid.
frequently asked him
don't
that,
know what this religion is.
I want to
no, they said that the Pierce Morgan asked Pastor Yusuf that, do you condemn the 7 October attacks? And he said yes. And he said, what about the Hamas? He said, fuck the Hamas. Hamas is a terroristic group. There are moderate Muslims who condemn it. One, I said that you can go to the YouTube and see the video of the Pastor Yusuf, the Egyptian.
That guy's amazing, but now Eid Bassam. Have you seen that guy? He condemns Eid Bassam.
Where are the large protests, though, in city centers? One or two here and there is not, moderates who say Islam is religion of peace getting out and saying not in our name and that we condemn this. Like, there's no mass scale protests.
I want to quickly pile on to what Shiva mentioned here. First of all, point number one, should not take...
Okay.
It should not take too long to feel sorry for something like this. I'm a practicing Hindu from India. I'm nowhere related to this, but I feel for you. And I just want to say that whatever happened, Shiva mentioned it even better. This should not have happened. And my condolences to your community, and I feel sorry for what has happened. Point number two, a lot has been said, so I'm going to just make 2 points just to contribute to the conversation. We need to come out of our shells, and we need to accept the fact that the moderates are the biggest problem. Just like someone else mentioned here, the radicals are not the problem. They're out in the street and they're wearing their opinion on their sleeve, and they're being very, very clear about what they're doing, why they're doing, quoting the scriptures and the verses, and only a blind person or a foolish person or a combination of both would be, stupid enough to ignore that. But the bigger problem is the moderates. Those who say it's not our religion, it's not Islam, it's not this, it's not that. They know exactly what they're doing, because they know when the terrorists come to knocking on their doors, slitting their throats, they will be spared and their neighbors won't be spared. They're being hypocritical and they're being munafiq, which is haram in Islam. They know they're just biding their time because it's never going to hit them. And those are the selfish people we need to stay away from. Those are the people, those are the enablers who will go and pay money to the mosques, knowing that their kafir friends and neighbors are going to be killed. And when push comes to shove, they're going to lie through their teeth and get them killed. That has happened. And this is not a point of just weaving out a story. This has happened in Kashmir. This has happened in several parts of India. In the past few years, we have seen cases when neighbors, well-meaning neighbors who had taken loans from their Hindu brothers and sisters in their own community, had been friends for more than 20-25 years, snitched on their neighbors and got them killed. And in fact, in some cases, killed their Hindu friends themselves. So first of all, we need to understand the definition of moderates. There are very, very few moderates. Most of them are radicals. Some of them are out in the streets. Some of them are working in institutions like Shiva mentioned. They're trained gynecologists, they're trained doctors. So we need to come out of this shell and smell the coffee. That's point number 2. Point number 3 is we're expecting a little too much. I think we're at a stage, just like someone mentioned earlier, this is an SOS related stage. Things have gone too far. Imagine a community of, they're saying we're a community of 3 billion people, followers of Islam and whatnot. What have you done? 90% of the people on the Interpol's Red Notice list come from one community. Have you ever sat down and thought about it? When you go to your mosques, when you go to these institutions and take funding from different people, when you apply for asylum, go to a different country for a better life, do you ever sit down and think and talk within your community there is something wrong and we need to reform it? The problem is, the fact of the matter is, you're incapable of reform because you think that we don't need to reform. Because at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, if you're not going to get killed, why do you even bother? So these are the realities, I think, as non-Muslims, we need to be very, very aware of. And it took me a long time to kind of realize that and smell the coffee. And I hope a lot of other people in this room do too. And we need to just take these people as what they are. They will lie through their teeth. They will do al-taqiya, they will play the victim card, and when push comes to shove, when they're put towards a corner, they will say all these things that people like Arabi and other people have mentioned. They will issue rape threats, they will say bad things, and they will just leave the room. Their purpose of coming in these rooms is not to listen, not to talk, only derail the conversation. My challenge is, with these people, turn the chats off of the room and don't invite them on the stage. See how many of them sit in the audience to listen. None of them will.
Okay, so hey everybody, and
really good, Vendic. I just want to say very good intervention. Thank you.
You know, everybody who's been touched by the strategy, you know, like just sending you good energy, and I hope people who have been injured recover quickly. And yeah, anyway, just Vindic, to your point really quickly, I think in principle you're actually incorrect, because like if we're talking about the actual moderate Muslims, we need to be welcoming and promoting them. The problem is, though, it is extremely difficult because of the nature of the Islam. It's extremely difficult.
Fucking loser. Cadet never has a Wi-Fi connection.
Possible to differentiate somebody who is predatory versus somebody who actually is moderate and wants to reform it. And you know, Bibi, I think of Takia, and if I think it would be very helpful for people in general to understand what it means and how it interacts with like dawah and things and other concepts in Islam. And like maybe Phil has internal knowledge and can provide internal critique with examples from the Islamic law would be very helpful, just in general.
I think Aya might be able to give Sahana.
Or I also know it from.
Oh, so who did you just say? Sorry, I didn't hear your name that you mentioned. Did you mention anybody?
Phoenix. I think you know Phoenix.
Yeah, but Phoenix is not in the room. So
Yeah, but I'm just saying, just in general, like somebody, but
yeah,
you know, educating people about that concept, what it represents, because it is a very murky concept. You know, there's a lot of gray area and room for interpretation. So people, you know, kind of massage the concept and say, well, no, it's not really. It's only like bodily harm. And you know, I did an experiment fairly recently, a couple of weeks ago, when I, you know, kind of interacted with ChatGPT on the concept, and it was very quick. I was very general in my request. I was extremely quick to pinpoint certain aspects of it that I didn't even bring into the conversation, and trying to basically tell me, no, that doesn't exist in Islam and doesn't happen at all. But when was pressed a little bit and with some quotations from Quran, it started agreeing more and more with me. So I think it's important for people to understand what the concept means and how it interacts with the general ideology.
And the specimen of moderate Muslim is only obtained under external westernized pressure. This is the only way you get moderate Muslims, because when Islam takes over, you automatically have a very rigorous, more to the letter kind of Islam, because that's the true nature of the religion. They're dragged easily into it and they don't have like any problem. But when you have like someone in a foreign country, westernized country, because they have to work, because they have to show a good face, because there's this external influence of Western values, then you get a non-reliable moderate Muslims, because they will not be there if there's suddenly a caliphate in France. They will not help the non-Muslim escape or be saved from decapitation, let's say, if we take an extreme example. But they're already not acting. Like, do you see like an international association of moderate Muslim trying to catch their own terrorists? No, because they agree deep down that this is a way where Allah is acting and executing His plan to punish the disbelievers. So they're non-reliable. You want moderate Muslims? You just keep the Muslim community weak and scattered. That's the only way to obtain moderate Muslims. Unfortunately, when they have like a concept of relationship with the country they're living in based on domination and invasion, colonialism, that's the only way to deal with them, unfortunately.
This is why I always say that there is no such thing as moderate Muslim. There is only Muslims, right? And then the reason why Muslims are able or quote unquote allowed to be moderate is just because they're protected by the laws of the land. And this is why Aya says you need to keep them scattered, because when you keep them scattered, they don't really because they gain strength through numbers. And the strength that they gain is also like the tough guys, exert a lot of pressure and bulliness, on the others that want to maybe be moderate, as she's saying. But you get that when you keep them separate from each other. That's how you keep them weak. Because if you allow them all together, they will exert their power and they will exert their numbers. And there is no moderate Islam. There's not such a thing. Islam is not it's very contradictory, because it is a very strict religion, as in you cannot pick and choose, yet it is the most flexible religion you will ever see on the face of the earth. You can lie depending on the situation. You can do flexible marriage, a marriage of 24 hours, just if you want to have sex with someone, and then you are not married anymore. So it's like a very progressive, very, very flexible religion, but it's not a pick and choose. It's like, it's weird to understand, actually. It doesn't make sense. It's a religion based on exceptions, but not when it comes to the core teachings and the core things, right? Those you can never, ever refute.
Yeah, when people stop seeing it as a monotheistic Abrahamic religion, see it for what it is, a group that is worshipping itself, because in the core of Islam, Allah gave them the divine power to execute His plan. Therefore, you have people thinking that there are two types of human beings on earth, the Muslims and the Dhimmis, and they are just a political ideology. They're not waiting for God to give a sign, or it's not in the hands of God. It's in the hands of the Ummah, the collective group of Muslims, to decide what's going to happen. So it's a very dangerous ideology. So when people when people will stop giving it the religion, spirituality free pass, we will make some improvement.
In Australia, they just banned teenagers from using the internet, using social media rather, right? They can go as far as banning teenagers from using social media. But a few years ago, in the Sydney Opera House, when they were saying, fuck the Jews, right? These Muslims, in hundreds were chanting, fuck the Jews. What did the Australian government do against them? Did they deport them? Did they arrest them? Did they ban them? I didn't see any action come out of that. And this shooting is just an outcome of being liberal towards Muslims in that country.
I don't know if it's one or the other or a combination, but